4. Our mission is to provide a supportive and safe learning environment where all students are encouraged and empowered to reach their educational and personal potential. And we will have a flag salute. Kathy, you want to look at it?
Now you put me on the spot. I can't read. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Thank you. Any change in the agenda? Karen?
No.
Okay. Any public comment on agenda items? It doesn't really- Okay, well, we are going to commence our budget committee meeting. Thank you, budget committee members, for showing up and helping us with this important task. And so the first item of business is to elect the budget chair, committee chair. Do I hear any nominations?
Miriam, yeah.
I would be happy to be a budget committee.
I could do a collective mind reading in that moment.
All those in favor? Unanimous, it is totally unanimous. All right, Chair, you may
Take it
have
from
the,
here.
yeah, please do. Want the gavel?
No. Well, I assume most of this is gonna be Jaron presenting the budget to us, so take it away, Jaron.
Sue, you wanna do your budget message?
Sure. Give me a
It's on page 7.
Yeah, okay. Am I literally reading it?
Yeah.
Or, yeah, okay. Mapleton School District is working to build a model rural community school that provides a supportive and safe learning environment where all students are encouraged and empowered to reach their educational and personal potential. This budget includes the allocation of financial resources for the second half of the 23-25 biennium. Oregon approved a state school fund of $10.2 billion for the 23-25 biennium. Additionally, in the recent short session, the legislature approved $30 million for summer school funding. Mapleton received $32,000 of that. While federal funding is decreasing and the cost of goods and services are rapidly increasing, our district has grown our reserves and is in a stable financial position. Our enrollment has remained steady throughout the last year and this year. Our aim is still to serve 200 students with hands-on, student-centered, community-connected learning opportunities. Throughout the state, kindergarten numbers are low. Similarly, we have small groups at our K2 grade levels, which, if sustained, has impacts across a 10-year cycle. While state funding does not support preschool, we offer a preschool promise program, which provides sustainable funding to ensure we can continue to provide free preschool for our youngest students. We are in year 1 of 5 in our Gear Up grant, which supports our efforts to build a college-going culture inclusive of 4-year, 2-year apprenticeship, and other post-secondary training opportunities. We are also recipients of the 21st Century Community Learning Centers funding to support after-school and Friday programming for elementary students. United Way's Community Transformation Grant for connecting students and community members to community vitalization efforts. Also, Stronger Connections grant funding to build our capacity for more robust systems of support for every student, and Lane Community Council grant funding to support increased mental health services, and specifically grief and loss services. We are working with local partners, including the Sayesla Watershed Council, Sayesla Vision, Peace Health, the Confederated Tribes of Kusla-Rumpkoy, and Sayesla Indians, and the Western Lane County Boys and Girls Club, Mapleton Food Share, Sayesla Outreach Services, Food Backpacks for Kids, and OSU Extension, as well as county partners, including Lane Arts Council, 15th Night, and Connected Lane County, Catholic Services of Lane County, Looking Glass, Hoots, Whitebird, and Courageous Kids to build our capacity to become a full-service community school. And there are people we left out there I just want to acknowledge. Our vision includes development of farm-to-table programming that centers students in addressing local food insecurity challenges, increased access to healthcare and mental health supports for students and families, and regular opportunities for extracurricular and enrichment activities that meet the interests and needs of our students and community. Action towards this vision can be seen in many of our curricular and extracurricular offerings, most specifically our project-based learning courses at the secondary level. Much of this work is supported by the time and talents of many people in our upriver community. Our budget continues to reflect our commitment to paying our educators for the great work they do to support our students and families each and every day. Our new salary schedules aim to recruit and retain a wonderful certified and classified staff. Visitors constantly rave about the renovations provided by the local tax fund, and we continue to make improvements to our facilities. There are current efforts for asbestos abatement and upgrading of the middle school building, and we continue to seek money for capital funding for repurposing the pool and ensuring our site supports local resilience in the case of water outages, floods, fires, and hopefully nothing more. The proposed budget demonstrates our commitment to providing students a challenging and well-rounded curriculum with opportunities to engage as artists, scientists, leaders, and more. We continue to partner with Lane ESD to increase our career and technical education offerings, specifically agriculture, natural resource programs, health science a little bit, and our dual credit offerings. We are building our internal capacity to meet students' social, emotional, and mental health needs, and to meet the needs of students with disabilities within an inclusive learning model. And we are connecting our students to opportunities across the county while also bringing those opportunities to Mapleton. I'm almost done, I promise. While we will, can't see that part either. While we will use some of our reserves to meet our goals, we will continue to maintain a healthy ending fund balance to assist us in weathering any economic uncertainties. And we will continue to seek the partnerships and grant funding that allow for innovation and growth. I am personally grateful for the commitment of our Mapleton School Board, our budget committee, thank you all, members, and for their dedication to ensuring visionary and responsible funding. Huge thanks to Jaren, our business manager, for turning all of this information into tables, budget codes, and balanced numbers. Thank you to our students and families who believe in the power and potential of our school and community, and to every single staff member who works collaboratively to turn the dollars in this budget into the magic of a building and an incredible school district. I'm honored to be part of this amazing community. Me.
Are we being recorded right now? Yeah, cool.
All right. Business manager's budget summary. We follow real basis of the accounting. I've been hoping to be down the program budgeting and accounting manual. My estimates for revenue are based on the state school fund estimates that came out in March. And our payroll costs kind of based on our 23 through 26 collective bargaining agreements. We've had a strong and appropriated ending fund balance. Recent legislation changed unemployment laws, and there's potential for increased costs during school breaks. I've had counted in here since we're a self-covered district. And an unfunded mandate, the state will see the financial impact and allocate additional funds. But if left unfunded, that may result in a reduction in costs. That's for this next year, we'll see. Worst case scenario budgeting, I tend to do that so that if worst case scenario happens, then we're budgeting for it. Final deficit of the general funds unappropriated ending fund balance is about 600,000, which is what we had budgeted as a shortfall this year also. Have health and physical education on textbook adoption if we're doing that. That's the state's plan this year, and we have girls basketball uniforms that we'll be getting. There's some graphs, my graph updates. Most of our money's in the general fund. Decent portion in special revenues continue to grow. Um, I'm gonna just skip through most of this. On page 18 is the state school fund allocation. We're at $3 million for overall between local and state funding in the general fund. That doesn't count special revenue accounts. Next graph has 46% of our general fund goes to instruction, and then decent portion, 26% to maintenance and transportation, administrative support staff, other support services, and transfers. Our instructional portion, I don't know what it was last year. It might be decreasing a little bit as things get shifted into special revenue fund also. A number of teachers coming out of their classified staff. So our maintenance and transportation always just comes out of general fund. So. Some upper level categories, the instructional classified as a bit, the elementary and secondary, putting them a bit lower than last year. I had different people classified in there on page 21. And then there's showing 100,000 less for elementary. We'll be getting to it, but that's matching up with where we're running right now. And just with, once again, people being, oh, I know why I had it so high last year, because I was budgeting for preschool. We moved into elementary, and then we got preschool promise. And so we don't have to have that extra money. I'm going to jump into the nuts and bolts on page 30. Unless anyone has questions, if you look through it, and it's just got graphs, objects, and stuff that we're going to be seeing broken out more here. So. Revenues, general fund, we have our taxes, we have state school fund, and a couple basic things. There, 3.2 million, a little bit of an increase from this year with that 49-51 split of the state school fund. They take the money that they allocated, the 10.2 billion, and they split 49% the first year and 51% the next year. Helps, but since you tend to give raises, gives more money that second year. Other local revenue. It's our interest on our savings account, ESD money that we don't spend with the ESD, and admissions for games, property rental, heavy equipment rent tax that comes through the county with our taxes. This is one of those areas, worst case scenario, I'm only budgeting 30,000 on interest, and so right now we're making a lot more than that, but as you can see in 2022, we dropped down to crap interest, and so in the event that the Fed start lowering rates and the rate drops, then so that's our money.
Accounting humor. Thanks, Jared.
Page 31, spending it. Elementary. Just looking down at the total this current year's budget, 689,000, next year budgeting 570, like I said, that's shifting the preschool up there. So that's the main thing there. Not ready to shift out of tier 1 PERS yet. Once Sarah leaves, and that'll shift money out of there. But for the most part, holding most things the same. Secondary, a bit of an increase in it, raises for people. But not overall tiny drop from last year's budget. Just based on the numbers that I'm seeing right now where we're at. So budgeting a bit less in PERS compared to what I had. So things like that. The secondary office supplies, I just last year shifted all that up into normal secondaries and from there. Elementary school extracurricular, we paid for summer school out of our own funds last summer, and so that's what that is. There's no numbers. We didn't budget for it last year. We spent money there instead of other spots. And so there's nothing there, but next year something will show up in the actuals for it. Extracurricular activities are basically all flat line. Special education, a little bit of a change, moving some numbers around. Certified, so on page 33. Certified, dropping the amount of budget for that and putting it more into the IDEA and classified, leaving them about steady, but we have a big increase in the student services with our sign language interpreters. So that's in there. But trying to keep it fairly steady. High school alt education, that's our online classes. We were paying Edgenuity, is it classes, and we've switched over to Orphan, quite a bit cheaper, just pay on a per class basis. And whatnot, so
Why the disparity in the next 2 years
on
the online?
So last year we budgeted, so for this year we budgeted 5,000 because that's kind of what we were paying, and usually we ended up taking it out of some grant. So we usually had 5,000 budgeted in there, but we'll pull it from another grant. But the classes are a lot cheaper with this other program. So
Instead of paying for like access to everything and then not accessing it,
Yeah.
we're able to just $100 a class, with on an as needed basis.
So the 5,000 is overshooting it, really?
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
well, that was what we were.
We were spending it and wasting money. Is that fair to say?
Yeah. I mean, we'd have to buy a certain number of seats.
Yeah.
And if, even if someone wasn't taking it, a class at the time, we had to buy so many seats and stuff. And so.
Okay.
But now, yeah, we can pay just on a per class basis. So, and we don't use a ton of them. So,
Mhm.
Like I said, these other athletics, the extracurricular stuff, they're all flatlined. We didn't do annual increases for the coaching stuff since we raised them up quite a bit. With the collective bargaining agreement, so they're almost all flatline except for the basketballs, high school and girls basketballs. I have a bit of an increase on their professional services. That's all because they're expensive.
Those are so much better.
Because we have to have 3 instead of 2.
Oh, we do?
Yeah. Even though other small schools that we've gone to on that too, they say we have to have 3.
Oh,
And so, yeah.
It irks me.
Yeah.
As a former coach and ref. That irks me.
So page 30. Oh, no. So page 38, getting into function 2000, these are support services. So our health services, high school health services, staff improvement, all flatline. Oh, actually, I dropped health services down a little bit because we haven't used them as much. Budgeted more I'd had more budgeted the previous 2 years. We were having staff trained more on diabetes type things for diabetes kids and some additional nursing services and stuff. We aren't using it as much, so I dropped those down. Staff improvement, though, staying the same. Higher budgeted there. In our classified agreement, we added 10,000 into tuition reimbursement available for them, so quite a bit higher than the previous actuals is available. And I know I have a number of certified staff that are planning on taking some classes, so we're going to be using some of that. Board of Education increased them because they're expensive.
yeah.
Increase in our audit services expenses, cost of the audit going up, SIA requires additional stuff, and audit company charges more, and budgeting, tend to budget some to legal, so if we need contract reviews, especially if we're looking at any kind of construction stuff, we want contract work done, so. Dues and fees, if you guys want to go to conferences and for the policy review and stuff. So. Also, the superintendent, bit of an increase there, just overall, once again, kind of worst case scenario and shifting.
The insurance increased 10,000.
Yeah, just loading it all in there versus once again. Yeah, I was looking at the insurance rates just came out yesterday or Monday. It's yesterday or Monday. We got around to looking at them today and brought up what I thought was the previous years, and I was like, crap, man, it's a 10% increase. But then I realized that was 2 years ago. Around a 3% increase for the health insurance. Not for our liability insurance, but we'll get to that. Yes, so if I budget more due to stoop, then more money coming out. An elementary principal in the event that, depending on how the grant that we have shakes out and stuff, if we need more. Our Fund 211 dropped off because that was Brenda being there on 201, so shifting over to 216 officer. And then once again, budgeted into insurance versus insurance stipend of people are taking the stipend versus insurance since. Yeah. I don't know if it was this year or last year. Yeah, having people switch over, end up having to get insurance, so I budgeted in there. It's costly. High school principal, being there. Doing more to insurance versus the insurance stipend, although we have people taking the stipend. And overall, high school principal drop. Oh, no, just a hair. Fiscal services. Put a bit more into my salary on that, just to make numbers even.
Wait a second. That's not why you do that.
That's how I get raises too. Round that.
Yeah, notice how clean all those numbers look?
Yeah.
These, yeah. That was, yeah. Just to make some clean numbers, and like I said, worst case, well, I'll look at that. Stories like that. The ugly thing in there is my note on summer unemployment, I'm budgeting 58,000 for potential on that, so.
Now, can I jump in there for a second? I shared that in a previous meeting, but some people weren't here, so we can speak to that, but.
Yeah, so anyone have any questions on what's going on with that?
No, I mean, that's just assuming worst case scenario for everybody takes it.
Yeah.
That's
Do y'all know what we're talking about? Yeah, okay.
Oh, it just became eligible this year, or was it last year?
January
This year.
1,
Yeah.
I think it started.
Okay.
Yeah, and classified employees can submit for unemployment during times of non-work, summer being the biggest cost. And I shared in a prior board meeting that we're kind of taking the approach of like, let's figure out the actual cost. And I mean, whether we're encouraging or not isn't the question, but we're being very open about it. And yes, this is a thing. And also providing some other opportunities for work to see how it actually plays out so that if needed, we can advocate at the state level to say, sure, that's a law. Where this is how much money it actually impacts us. Let's make sure that's included in legislative, consideration of our budget. So.
I encouraged the union to send something out. I don't know if they sent something out, but I sent something out the other day. Because I was mentioning something else, and so sent out about it, just saying, in the event you guys haven't heard, you guys are eligible for this. And told them, it's not funded. We've got money covered this year, but if they don't cover it, then there could be cuts. So we'll see.
And is it all classified positions, like the office workers and food workers and bus drivers and
As soon as
all that?
thinking the secretaries weren't, in the legislation originally, they were eligible, secretaries were. But yeah, basically all classified staff, yeah.
I need to look it up. I meant to do that and I didn't. But I think in short session, there was a clarification about confidential versus classified employees. At least that was being advocated for, but I never.
Yeah.
Now
Yeah.
I'm not remembering the outcome of that specifically.
I'll have to look into it, but yeah. And our custodial still work during the summer, so they were always eligible for it, but they always work during the summer. But yeah, everyone else is now, so we'll see. So we have an increase overall in fiscal services since in technology. I think that because we didn't have, when I ran the budget last time, we didn't have, I don't know if we had the confidential salary schedules yet and stuff, and so, but so that's closer to, I think, what I have on technology for me. And budgeting lower on telephone because it costs less, and just getting more realistic on that for other communication services. And that's upstated. And keeping similar on software and hardware, we're gonna need more computers and more Chromebooks, so I can pull money out of there for those. And dues and fees for various, that's kind of software. So, maintenance, higher on classified salaries, that might actually drop a little bit when we replace Joyce. So that could, once again, worst case, have to get more help. And Jerry over Andy shifted over more on transportation based on how I had them split, actually. Budgeting quite a bit more to electricity. Once we get our well up and running, then we'll be using more electricity on that end. It's higher than, it's just higher than budgeted in the previous years based on our actuals there. And our liability insurance, a 15% increase, if I remember right. Did they say, well,
Such as pace
yeah,
across the board,
Yeah.
15% for everybody.
yeah, around that. So
What's the professional services, the 20,000?
repairs and stuff. So I shifted, so if you notice 322, the repairs and maintenance, I shifted that down into the 380 non-instructional professional services. And I don't know, some of these things, I don't know whether now into. It's, repairs and maintenance is a professional service, and so I'm just, so dropped it down into there so I don't have to second guess myself. Why did I put this in before? Transportation. Classified salaries have a bit higher budgeted with our preschool route and after school stuff, and that adds a bit more on transportation. It's handy. And insurance, once again, just in case Randy needs to take an insurance. That's
Is that like a different type of insurance than up in maintenance, or you just split it between those two categories?
split between them, and we had, and Joyce was in maintenance also. Before, so. Added some into travel, so we need to pay any drivers to get their drug tests done or trainings. Well, and try on to take broken down buses.
Hopefully we're done with that this year. forgot that part of the year. Thanks for that flashback of that week.
Hopefully, once we get, you've got to replace an engine on one of the buses.
Well, we're back. All right.
Yep, so. Yeah. So that's a bit higher, 380 non-instructional professional services, once again, instead of having it in repairs and maintenance, so that's, if we need to, we've had a bit of repairs this year. So budgeting more and then, yeah, like I said, getting $30,000 for a new engine, and at least it's our oldest bus, not one of the least. But that'll be, hopefully it'll be good to go for. And liability insurance ramped up on there too. We've added a couple of bits compared to last year. So, and once again, the increase. So. Sped transportation just kept that flat line. So taking kids to Florence or taking to Eugene. Staff recruitment. Fund modifications, 161,000. Those are transfers. We'll see them down in the special revenues. Typical 25,000 to textbook, 125,000 to capital improvements, and I also have 11,000 going to food service. So let's see them down there. So overall, beginning fund balance. If you look at last year's reserve for next year, 1.4 million. I'm budgeting probably 1.7. That will actually have, not as ugly as budgeted. So, and so hopefully after this, instead of being about 1.2, like that. But worst case scenario, we got the approval to spend the money.
So did I'm just trying, I always have trouble with this section. So, the 2024 beginning balance,
Yep.
was it the 2,077,000, or was it the
Yeah.
ending balance from 2023 actual, the 2.329?
Well, so that's what we actually started with for 2024, but we originally had budgeted for the two. And so since that was what was budgeted, and then we just carried,
Okay. So the actual would have been started with 2.3 in 2024.
Yep.
We budgeted that you were going to end up with 1.4, but you think it'll actually be 1.7, which is why the 1.7 is the beginning balance in 2025.
Yeah.
And then you're thinking that at the end of 2025, you'll have 1.1.
Yep. So any questions on general fund? Special revenue. These are our grants and our side accounts, home side account.
Side hustles.
Yeah. Couple smaller federal ones, the SRSA, on page 44. So can you remember watching this online? The board wants to watch something. SRSA and our title, that's really supposed to be title 4. I always remember to change that. Title 4 and 2A, a couple of smaller grants. Let's see what they find. But IDEA and our title grant. This year we had some targeted stuff, additional money in title. That's why it was higher. So, because we were needed to make improvements. SIA, 195,000, or Measure 98 high school, that's high school success. Early literacy, throwing all the money in there for the biennium that they just approved. No, too long ago, and we have planned for that now. Gear Up. That's 75,000 a year. Some miscellaneous state ones, miscellaneous federal through the state. That's the Stronger Connections.
Hey, Darren, what's the other gear? GEER? That's not in the acronym glossary.
That was the CDL, I don't remember,
It's like governor's. It was
emergency, it was COVID money.
COVID money through
CDL
the
was-
state.
Yeah,
There was some federal connections, but there's like, that was the governor's like appointed money to
yeah,
districts.
so
And
CDL.
so we got it like in 2021 and 2020, and now
Yeah,
I'm gonna drop off.
Yep.
Got it.
And the misfed through the state, the 260, is that looks new? Is that something?
yes,
So what's that?
that's the Stronger Connection.
Oh, Stronger Connections, okay.
Yeah. And then our preschool promise, right, so. Local funds. Our transportation account and textbook account, the transfers for our textbook, and then our PERS and retirement account that we set up a number of years ago, and then capital improvement. Once again, that transferred it and beginning balance for it. And miscellaneous donations and grants. We'll see some of broken out more down in the expenses. YTP is going away. They changed how we're doing it, so I'm having YTP money now. And then a little bit of money for Perkins. Student body funds, I just throw a couple numbers in there.
What did YTP stand for?
Youth Transition Program,
Yeah.
yes, that was Terry's funding. So,
That part of paying for Terry is to support older students who transition into post-secondary opportunities. The funding model for it has switched entirely, and the part, it was living with U of O, and now it's elsewhere, and it's kind of like self-run, and you do documentation and asking for money, and right now we don't think the return on investment is worth.
yeah, it comes from the feds, and yeah, based on the thing Terry saw, yeah, you bill for services that you do, and Terry was like, they're just wiping out all the small schools. Small schools don't have enough students that.
And it's for students with disabilities, so we're doing all that work for all students, and Europe's paying for that work anyway, and so like the extra piece there, we found other ways to continue to staff that position, but yeah, it's not worth the funding effort.
Yeah. And then the food program, said interfund transfer into that. So spending the money, federal grants, pretty similar to what I had budgeted before. The grants are pretty consistent. Just have typically pulling classified staff, one of our EAs out of these grants. And IDEA shifting that over to coordinate as a certified person instead of classified. In Title I, it's been pretty similar, some certified and classified jostling and some EAs. according to that. Esther, we're out of Esther money. And
Same, that's COVID
COVID
money,
money.
federal COVID money, not through the governor. I think is the answer to
state grants, SIA. Same amount of money, so I just copied and pasted it. How we use it is kind of up in the air. But quite a bit of social emotional support and some the PBLs, the project-based learning. And, yeah.
And if I can share just that comment about it's up in the air, there's a lot of, our plan has a lot of allowables plus tiered funding, and as we get, funding through other grants, there's flexibility to shift. So it does, it makes it hard to write it on the annual budget, but there is the SIA documentation, or now it's called integrated plan documentation that we present and approve in board process. So, that's maybe, I didn't think about it, but in future years, we should probably like snapshot that budget and include it on the back of this.
Yeah. High school success, all the numbers.
It's actually a really good idea
Yeah,
to add that piece.
I didn't mean to say, yeah, that was me agreeing that we should do that.
I mean, it was your idea, and I'm saying, yeah, please. That would be helpful next year.
So it looks like my high school success numbers shifted a little bit. They ought to be down, starting on the 2095 numbers ought to be down in space.
Hold on.
Page 59.
211
Yeah,
should be 212.
Oh, I see.
because I'm not paying $6,300 in family, so. But once again, we have money in there, and so it's. Early literacy grant. This would be our new early literacy person. I don't remember the name.
Beth.
Hudgens.
Beth Hudgens, yeah.
So they'll start next year.
And that's incorporated into, for this year, it's a little bit separate from the integrated plan, but the state's shifting that whole process into the integrated plan. So.
Gear Up. That's Gear Up program. That's good. The numbers are shifted in. I had that happen in a previous iteration of all this. And I went through and had to fix it all. A couple of them.
Yeah, for that $15.
So the first pickup would be Langton.
Yeah. Unless I took the first pickup out to get my numbers down from the original one, since this year we had carryover from the first year, and so the numbers are higher first year.
And that Gear Up grant decreases over the 5-year, so each year will be less than the year before. I don't remember the scale down, but that's, so that 110 down to 75 is part of that step down as we, like, the goal is to match and then sustain over time. So 5-year grant with decreasing amount each year.
The column totals are correct.
That's
Yeah.
Yeah.
Miscellaneous state grants, summer school 2024. Money for summer school, and then the Stronger Connections grant, that'll go to a elementary principal. And our TAP grants will be done. A little bit of money in menstrual dignity. Have some fuel for that. And then just other little grants that we've had this year added in that don't have next year, so unless they do them again, so.
Jaren, is the, blanking on what it is, Lane Community Health, the 82,000? Did that make it
That's
in here?
down, yeah, that's.
Okay.
So our preschool grant, all in classified salaries instead of certified, since just using classified, coded as classified people there now. But they want to be similar to before.
Wait, so just a question, just about the headings, they're local funds right above preschool, it's not actually, is that local? I don't know, I'm
Oh.
just confused because in the.
Yes, I need to, because preschool used to be in local funds, but now it's part of the state funds.
Right,
That's why there's local funds down.
right, okay.
That's the actual starting. So, yeah.
Okay.
I shifted preschool up into there, so.
Mhm. Did everybody follow that? Well, Jaren just.
There wasn't any, it was not any, I was just confused because local funds was there and there.
Yeah.
Total state
Label
grants
that needs
in
removed.
between, but it was just like Darren shifted it from local funds to state funds, but just still had the heading for local funds.
So now into our actual local funds or transportation grant, or, transportation that comes from, that comes from the state school fund. Don't have any plans to buy anything. Textbooks, figure out spending the money that we have set aside, or transferring, spend all that. Person retirement fund, retirement stipends, and if we have, like I budgeted before, the, if we have a big FERS readjustment, since we had, it's fallen off, but we had 1 year where we got a bit of FERS bill for past years of service for some people.
Is this like a first site account? I don't understand what this is either.
This is one that we set up, yeah, for the retirement. So for,
Was
Yes.
it for that state thing or then you sent the money to the state and then they
no,
gave you?
yeah, so this is in our account, and so we have to script. So for, yeah, so if we have extra PERS costs, or we pay for the retired people, Kelly Rossi and Janice fell off just recently off of it, somehow. And stuff, so if they have that retirement thing that we set up, the board set up for retirement payouts for long term.
Okay, so it's something, it's not part of the state thing, it's your own local, okay, all right.
What's the $1 240 insurance?
That is so that I put $1 in some of these.
So it doesn't drop off.
Yeah, well, and so when I import it from my spreadsheet into the finance system, then it populates that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sharon, this goes back, but just a comment on textbooks. We use that title, but like more and more curriculum isn't textbook based, and so I just want to acknowledge like it's probably like instructional materials or something like that that can take on various forms. And so if anybody's expecting like $25,000 of textbooks to arrive, they're not going to look maybe like the picture in your head when you hear the word textbook. So.
Capital improvement, once again, budgeted $300,000 this year. And just in anticipation of possible asbestos abatement or anything over there at the middle school, we haven't gotten to it, and so budgeting for potential repairs in various steps next year, including HVAC if we do the HVAC at the middle school. So, spending money there if we need to. And then miscellaneous donations and grants, those, snacks, scoreboard, that's dropping off and shifting over to something else. The Upriver grant, some budgeted for that.
Darren, can I pause you? Just because you all just showed up, we're running through the budget meeting, which is scheduled for 5 to 6. Just wanted to let you know.
5 to whenever Jaren stops. And then I had that 80,000 that you mentioned, it's in this admin grant. I don't remember what that grant was.
Yeah, so that was a Lane Community Health Council grant that's focused on mental health prevention. So that'll be the partnership with Boots and Courageous Kids for treatments, training and counseling, those kind of things.
Other grants. Once again, YTP disappearing. Perkins just liquid money in there. Student body.
Jim,
Yep.
I should know this and I don't. Outdoor school, do we get lottery money for that? How do we?
Yeah.
Fund that? Where does that show up? Or, well, next year we won't pay for it.
Next year
This year
we
we
won't.
did.
But I didn't have it. Usually it's usually just been piled in a miscellaneous kind of. Maybe up there in the very top miscellaneous donations on page 50. You know, I'm starting to break them out, classify them so that,
Check a little.
yeah, how many grants someone gets. Food service. Budget about similar to what we had this year, with increasing classified salaries for, well, we're a little bit extra hours over there compared to what we had. Okay, about the same. So,
What, one more, the mini grants for CTE with Lane, is that listed somewhere different than for PENS?
that's kind of all,
Like
some of those miscellaneous grants that you're getting bundled into that, admin grant, for instance, that totals up to more than the 80.
Yeah.
So, I just didn't have them written out, so.
Yeah, creating this and getting those at the same time can be hard, like, just.
I'm gonna make a form that she has to fill out. So,
I don't know.
We'll figure it out.
So, food service, fruits and vegetables, well, they've been increasing fruits and vegetables because we're they increased how much we're getting. So. And special revenue fund expenditures and revenues match up there on 57, 2.2 million. Our debt service fund, got to pay back the money we borrowed for the beautiful buildings, so that's just in there upon payments for our taxes that we collect. Not much I can do to change that. Capital improvement fund, page 59, don't have anything in there. In the event we bond out again sometime, we'll populate there. And page 60, 7.5 million revenue, 7.5 million in expenditures. Balanced budget, as they say, balanced. So, any questions? The I don't know if what?
So you have redemption of principal, is that supposed to be LE or are we redeeming a principal?
What page are you on?
Well, no, it is principal.
Oh, it is, so,
Yeah, principal is,
Principal balance.
we're not redeeming our principal.
We're not principal
Redeeming
without.
okay,
Yeah,
we're redeeming the principal. Got it. All right.
So our permanent levy rate is 4.8917 per $1,000, $480,000. This isn't, well, it is in here somewhere. But, so that's what we are approving is the continuing with the 4.8917 for our bond payments. We are approving. So that is the budget. Any questions?
Yeah.
Back to you, Mary.
I don't have a question, but one thing that would be helpful, I know that the state dictates how you have to present this and you have to do it by fund and all that kind of stuff. And I think that's good. I think that's information that needs to be out there, but one thing that would be helpful for me as a, especially now that I'm not sitting in on everything, I just kind of, coming in, is to see one summary though of all just the object codes. And so I could see the same columns, but salary, certified salaries, classified salaries, and all of those things. And so I could see them as a whole and know, okay, we're going up in certified salaries and we're going up in classified. Because when it's all split out between grants, you see things, we have 0 certified salaries in this place and we had 100,000 last year. What happened? And it's like, well, let's just move to a different place.
Yeah.
But seeing the whole thing on one page at either the beginning or the end, just for expenses, really. I mean, I know the revenues all come in different colors, but would just be helpful, I think, for me as a summary. I don't know.
Yeah, since it's only been I mean, when I started, it's just broken out for general fund, but having a sum total of all the
General and special revenue funds together. I don't know, but it would be nice.
Yeah.
It's like the Cliff Notes version.
Yeah. Like, I don't think it replaces what we need to do and go through the detail, but I do think it helps you get a picture, especially for salaries, because that's the biggest part of the budget anyway, and just understanding kind of overall what the salary picture looks like.
I like that.
What grants pay for parts of it?
Well, I mean, that's what we see here is what grants pay for parts of it, but that's why I want the summary, so I can see kind of overall. Yeah.
One salary might be coming out of 3 different places here,
Right.
4 different places.
Often.
And it's hard to know, like, in general, are salaries going up, or, you know, are we having to cut back, and so salaries are going down because we have less people? I mean, those are just, it's not a, I don't think we need to do anything different, like, I understand everything, it's just more of a suggestion going forward, one piece that would be helpful.
Especially if we have it, like, when we post it, to have, not everybody sits in this meeting and tracks all those, so. Is that, not to put you on the spot, but how hard is that to make for this round?
For next round.
Yeah, I don't need it, I'm not saying I'm just kind of a suggestion for next year.
Well, we didn't get an answer yet. Maybe he's gonna say, oh, that's a piece of paper.
Yeah. We're gonna watch Deer Magic right now. 3 keystrokes and here it is.
I gotta get up- I gotta get all the way up to the top, yeah.
He's really good at his job.
Yes, we know
Well,
you're good at your
yeah.
job. No one's
But I think it's something we might, but Jared, my real question, not like how hard is it, but like, is that something that maybe we could share in the June meeting for transparency, to say like, hey, this is that picture, and then moving forward, we could include something like that summary and the integrated plan budget in this packet, so that everybody, packet, is that the right word? So that people have that.
Is this not what I'm seeing on page 24? When there's.
That is, but that's only general fund.
Right,
That's-
yeah.
Okay, so this is what we're asking for, but.
Yeah.
But inclusive of all the funds together.
Do you want time to think about it and tell us later?
Yeah, no, I totally.
Well,
No, I mean,
I could,
Jeremy, actually,
see.
because I think we're waiting for an answer from him.
yes, it'd be easier to add it in next year. I could bring up numbers for showing them next to each other. Yeah, so, yes, I can. And I trying to think if I had it.
No, we're running over, and no, I don't, please don't.
Oh, this was something that Michelle had asked about last year a little bit. So like on page 31. I have, next to the elementary K6, I've got 4.42 FTE and stuff,
That's helpful.
and I was, because you'd asked about FTE last year, and so I kind of tried to put it in, but then once again, like Sue said, people are broken out between numerous, and so I could put in a total FTE, you know, along with the object codes and stuff, so that we see.
That'd be awesome.
And that would be an incentive to get
That's what
Mary
makes it-
Ellen back
that's what makes
next
it-
year.
Yeah, to see the new budget.
Here's the summary. Here, everything that I'm seeing is where they've changed.
And made beautiful for you.
Very Ellen, seeing on the
Even like,
So,
Any other concerns or comments?
I don't know, comment, I guess, is just like, we're hearing a lot of news about a lot of districts making a lot of cuts. I know a lot of our stuff is special fund, you know, which just takes work to raise that money, which is awesome, and takes work to manage that money, which is awesome. And it's nice that we're able to do this without giant cuts that we're seeing in other districts.
Especially
Thank you,
with,
and thank you.
especially with the way that we did the bargaining this year, that we can, it's sustainable. I mean, wow, that's great.
yeah, hopefully the state is doing, so, I haven't really talked about it. The state has the legislature has a group that, you know, reports out on how much they think schools need and stuff. I don't remember what it's.
quality education.
Yeah, stuff, and they never budget that much money to it and stuff. And then you have the quality education model, and you have what COSA and OSBA, what they're saying, this is how much you need to be budgeting, which is, up here a bit more. So, but part of the legislation is that they are looking at how that quality education model is ran and how the numbers that the legislature comes up with, how that should be done and stuff. And so we'll see if there's any kind of shift in how much money they're thinking. So,
Yeah, the quality education model should be side by side with the funding that it takes to make a quality. It's almost, it sounds like PR, makes
Yeah.
the state look good that they call it a quality education model. Well, when it gets to us, give us another unfunded mandate to,
Well, and I'll share that, I'll find the most recent report and share that, because that that's not the state saying what quality education is. That's a committee of educators and advocates getting together and creating that model and creating a report. So that number is actually
what we need.
pretty
Oh,
darn good. Yeah. And
Okay.
then that's what's informing a lot of the legislative advocacy and reality in districts. And so we hold that up and be like, if people get together and say this is quality education, what it costs, and you're paying this, like where's that gap in between
Gotcha.
there? And then you add unfunded mandates, right?
Yeah.
That gap widens. So I'll find that most recent report. It's a
I want to say it was 12 or 13 billion for
Yeah.
biennium and stuff, and they gave us 10. So,
yeah, and it's a good and each year I can't remember if they do it yearly or biannually. I can't remember exactly. I have friends that have served on that committee, and they kind of focus on aspects of education that are truly about instruction and education at the same time, and kind of teach through it. And what's the word? I don't know the word, but it doesn't get the attention it deserves.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so the legislature has a different number that they get from their think tank. So, yeah.
All right. So is was there any public comment?
Anyone wish to comment? Since we can take public comments that we're supposed to.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Document that note, please. Jesse Beers, jazz hands. No, just kidding. Applause. That was for Mary, sorry.
For our budget action, I can't remember if we're making a recommendation or if we're actually approving the budget. We actually, and with only 3 of us here, is that still enough to?
Yep, because
I think
they're
it's
all,
Okay.
we've got 8 out of 10. That's not much.
Okay, so can I, if there's no more discussion, can I hear a motion to approve the 2025 budget?
I'll make a motion to approve the 2025 budget with changes noted or corrections noted.
So second? I second. It's been moved and seconded. Can we do a vote then? Okay. All those in favor of approving the 2025 budget with changes noted, say aye or raise your hand.
Looks unanimous.
It looks unanimous. I don't think we need the May 22nd budget meeting. We got all our work done. Am I dismissed or am I chairmanship back over to?
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mary Ellen, for leading us through the process. Of course, you did a great job, and thanks to our budget committee members for helping us out with this. It's required, and we needed you, and you fulfilled your duty.
And really nice to have additional eyes on
Definitely.
And
And you
manage it
don't
once
have
a
to-
year. So
Once
you
a
manage
year.
it.
Right. But it's you're a lifer, Tim, you know that. We saw that you're good at it, so we're gonna want you back. You and Kathy.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. And you don't have to stay, you're welcome to stay.
I'll like my children. Thank you.
Thank you, thanks so much.
All right.
I need to visit somewhere. We have do we want to take a 2-minute break, or do we want to just sail through here? Is everybody cool? We can just keep going?
What's your?
Yours?
Do you want more chairs in case other people show up?
Well, it's 20 after 6, and I think if they would come and work out,
We've got.
but Jesse, if you could like be the monitor when that occurs, that'd be great. Yeah, the chair. Do we have a tap, update from Wilson?
Are we jumping straight in? Can you give me 1 second? I sent you an email about a Zoom link. Can you do that while we're starting?
Was, is he gonna show up here?
No, it's a different person later, but, I forgot to ask.
So
for that to
Kurt's not coming.
No, so we connected by text and call. He is following up with those people that he's sending, I can't remember the acronym for their, sorry, give me 1 second.
Is that like a quote or something?
PBS, I forget what that stands for, but for the quote, that's the people that do that work. I said any update to share. Unfortunately, no, I'll reach out again.
Oh,
So
okay.
that's, we're sitting and waiting for the next stage of paperwork. And
Okay,
yeah, I won't waste our time on.
all right, so we're gonna move right into district report.
I am. I'm gonna invite Courtney if you want to share any updates first, and then I will go from there.
We just wanted to kick off with a couple of updates from the student side. Prom was successful and completed. Our mass parade thing was really fun. Thank you, Mary, for dropping off pizza in the middle of decorating. It's very, very helpful.
I wondered where that came from.
Ramil was the in. Prom was really great. Student council is meeting this Friday for kind of the end of year celebration and making dinner for the booster club and planning out some steps for next year and kind of reviewing how this past year has gone. Wanted to invite you on June 15th. The booster club is doing a dodgeball tournament fundraiser, and student council is going to be hosting a little bingo game in between. Is kind of a for downtime during intermission and just for people that aren't playing the game to have something to do, but we would love to see that on the 15th. So my role is modeled after SciSlaw Vision and the roles within the staff at SciSlaw Vision, but a lot of my focus is on including students in sort of planning longer-term community change projects. But I wanted to give this board an update from the SciSlaw Vision side that they're hiring a half-time staff to focus on childcare partnerships and, well, there's another kind of category that she's going to be working on, but she's a Mapleton resident and we're really excited to have her in that role. One of the things we may be working on is kind of bubbled up a little bit from more the community side than the student side, but working on a downtown sort of revitalization effort for Mapleton. The businesses, well, we were daydreaming about that street back there that's closed off, vacating that and turning that into more of a park or beautified space that would actually be people to stop in Mapleton and that would see the beautiful river access from there. So that will likely be more on the SciSlaw Vision carrying forward side, but we're working with the students into that conversation. One of the ideas that we had, I heard from a conference, it was Imagine Your Business Here, and they had high school business students develop business plans for empty storefronts in a rural downtown area, and then invited investors to come out and check out what could potentially be there. And I think they at least got one of those buildings occupied after the fact. So that's something we're looking at doing with our business students in the project-based learning class next school year. But it'll be obviously all of these things are long-term processes, but it is exciting to hear that the community is like, oh yeah, we already are talking about that. So having some staff support to help with the coordination of that is going to be really exciting. I would love to have SciSlaw Vision. I'd like to have her come out and introduce her as well once she gets there. Her name is Lainey Wood. I have not met her yet.
She's got some connections working through DHS and supporting the school. So I've met her personally through that role a couple times.
So she's going to be starting, I think, next Monday, but we're excited about that. And lastly, So this will be something just to give you an update for over the summer, but, Sue, I think is gonna have some updates for you on school with healthcare potentially, or just the conversations are happening around providing more accessible healthcare services to our students. One of the things that I'm gonna be doing this summer is putting together a back-to-school healthcare fair for the 2 days of summer school registration and trying to get Lynn County's mobile health unit to come in to do like school physicals or athletics, any of that, like kind of, yeah, do some dental work at the beginning of the year, but try and make it as easy for people to get to the homeless instead of having to drive to it, that they will usually have to go. So we'll have some more updates, but that looks like August 20th and 21st with student registration. So those will, yeah, be coming. I do plan to have student council students. I know I keep saying this, but one of the things we're working on this month is actually some recommendations for you around making school board meetings more accessible to students. One, I want them to bring forward those ideas, but I know one of them, no, I'm not gonna say it.
That's a good teaser.
Potentially having like one school board meeting during the school day where they wouldn't have to stay in the building that they had just spent 8 hours in and an extra 2 hours before coming. I'm acknowledging you all have crazy busy schedules, but a once a year thing might be helpful so they know who you are and see your face and be easier to get them back next time.
Yeah, it's like that. Yep. Courtney, you're just such a great addition to our staff. I really appreciate you and your fresh energy. It's pretty wonderful.
I second that.
I have to piggyback on that as well. I was at the United Way Board of Directors meeting, the first week of this month. And, I, like, without regurgitating the whole meeting, like, you got some serious major kudos and accolades, and just really appreciate all that you're doing. It was kind of in conjunction with the tour that you did for the SIS committee. And then, the folks that came to that reported out. And so both of you brought some major kudos. And Mapleton is being kind of touted as like the example of what like success funding programs like that's on your position. Thank you.
Yeah.
I very often say I have the best job.
Then we're gonna come back to United Way and be like, you know, if you sustain that funding longer, even better model.
Just one
Yeah,
more
yeah,
thing.
please.
Thank you, folks, for showing up. We got some members of the public here, are actually members of our family here. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it.
Thank you. So I'll continue on that report. About the school-based health center conversations, Peace Health and that seems weird, but anyway, I've been meeting with Peace Health to kind of reboot and actually write our our MOU. We identified that we're actually operating without one, and so we're using the model from McKenzie School District, where they have a more full-time person versus just one day. I've been sharing like we're trying to switch that model, they also have not been billing for their services to have a sustainable model. So some deep work is happening to really dig in and see the current status of the partnership and where it can and should and can go. And so it's exciting conversations. I think I've had 4 meetings in the last couple of weeks where really just like going through line by line contract types, not contract, but MOUs that exist with other organizations to define. The thing I'm most excited to report for mental health services is that we're expanding that eligibility to be not just Mapleton students, but Mapleton staff, students, and families, and so that we can increase access from their services. So
Does that mean we get more counselor hours?
yeah, so that's we're working hard not to over promise and under deliver, but to kind of work out those models and say like what can we start with and how would we expand and what would those kind of indicators be? And so, but the ultimate answer is yes.
Is
That's
it
the plan.
prioritizing though, like students first and then?
Yeah, so as we do that, especially if there's not enough capacity to serve the need, we'll have a prioritization inside of that. Yep,
Because right now, we're not able to serve all the students.
right, we're
So,
waiting
like,
listed, yep.
Yeah, already we don't serve them all, so I would just wanna make sure we are
Yeah.
definitely prioritizing.
Yeah, and part of that is like, we're supposed to have 2, we don't right now. Even when we got to full staffing there, we still had need, and so that's what I've been advocating to them. Our numbers and need are fairly similar to Mackenzie School District, especially with fires and, just their experiences in the last 3-4 years. So we're working kind of hand in hand with, that's their best model right now, and we're utilizing that to build from. I have my notes here. Don't let me just. We did just complete our first round. I had shared youth support specialist training for students, and we had students engage in that full process partnership with Connected Lane County. And I think it's an exciting model to build from, and a number of students have expressed interest in those career fields and given good feedback about their learning in that endeavor. So, connecting, I'm also going to launch Courtney for and Brenda for next board meeting to discuss wellness policy updates. And so there's a lot of components inside of district wellness policy, but we've been collecting student voice and input more broadly than that, and start with sharing that input and revisiting our wellness policy and rebooting. What's the word I want? I guess revising and updating that. So stay tuned. We shared about prom, middle school dance coming this week. Our 5th and 6th graders are currently at outdoor school with many of our high school students as their leaders. I keep getting reports back that it's going well, and we've had staff and families out feeding them, and that's kind of an addition versus contracting somebody to do the food. We've used, like, our culinary students went out and did 2 meals actually for them. Staff went this morning and made and served breakfast, and I believe some of you are coming tomorrow. So, let's see. We are kicking off state testing. We've had communications out. We've called lots and lots of families, and I believe 3rd and 4th grades started their testing today, tomorrow, one of those, this week, and that will continue to roll through the end of May. Let's see. At elementary, we hosted two different mentor days. One for 3rd and 4th was yesterday, and one for 5th and 6th was the week prior. And that was part of the social emotional learning curriculum, where students identified their mentors and invited. They made the cutest invitations, like honoring their mentors and family members, students, sometimes siblings, sometimes not. Teachers, coaches, community members were invited in, and a focus on strengths and gratitude for mentors. And we're excited to continue to expand that role and connection with mentorship in the community. Connected to that, rolling readers. Some of you are in the room. Still an awesome program, continues to be. I think last one is tomorrow afternoon for the year, and I just acknowledgement that the volunteers who are doing the rolling reading, who are rolling readers, are also mentors to our students. You'll start seeing, if you peek into the district office down here, that is in transition to library. We've been talking about that. There is like a newly painted wall, and furniture folks came out and did some measurement in our creating concept maps, and that's a senior-led project. So stay tuned for some tangible change in the next couple of weeks. It's coming to reality. Track is almost finished their season. Lucy Burris qualified for the state meet and will run tomorrow, noon, 12:30? 12:30 tomorrow.
Where's she?
Hayward, on Hayward Field. Yeah.
What is she running me there? The 3,000. The 3
The
million.
3
Michelle
million.
been there. My whole life, Michelle's been like, the 3 million.
That was Lisa's, that was your claim to fame here, one of your claims to fame. And now you've got a daughter taking the torch. Wow, I love
It's
it.
fun to watch.
That's awesome.
Is it fun to watch?
That's the achievement. From the record.
No pressure.
Lucy. Don't do that.
What was that thing about more accessible for students? I'm off on the date right now, but recently we had our Mapleton cleanup connection. I think just connecting to that revitalization of that downtown
When
area,
was that?
business area.
It's like the
May
first weekend.
4th?
May 4th.
May 4th, is that right? And shout out to Terry and
Always.
oh my gosh, food chair Karen, for organizing and planning that in just every detail, and for community members and leads. I think Mizu and Courtney, if I'm not forgetting anybody, helped lead some of the groups and teams there. And one part of the feedback was excitement for new partners in the community that have resources to support our students and families. We're there networking, and our Sayosla Outreach Services, I think, is going to host a weekly space at the food share for for community members to connect and get resources. So some exciting networking too.
Did we have a lot of students come to the cleanup?
Do you
Or was it
want to
more-
answer that? Yeah.
We had some students come to the cleanup older students over at the food share. And then the elementary students who were here for Friday school and stuff did an on-campus cleanup too.
And then just one takeaway from that date, at one point looked open and then ended up being maybe the busiest day of the school year in terms of extracurricular activities. I think we had middle school track meet, 2 field trips, the end of the youth support specialist training. Like, it was just and we still had participation, and then elementary did some local cleanup. So spring is always tough, and
Saturday.
It was,
oh yeah, prom was the next day. Yeah.
And then rummage sales and all those.
Yeah.
It was a very busy weekend.
Yeah.
But it was cool because people did all those things and so lots happened and it was really awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, and I think there's room for more people at that event and it'll happen again next year. But it was also just, I mean, it was a successful event. Really, definitely Terry did an amazing job at bringing people together for it. Pretty cool.
So is Terry retiring? Like, who's gonna take that mantle?
So we'll continue her position. We have not posted it quite yet.
So there will be
but
someone.
yeah, Terry and I have met and looked through, like, she organizes and coordinates a lot of different programs. So we had a conversation about kind of who and how, and especially for each of those, how to go from one person to kind of collaborative efforts amongst our staff to carry those forward and expand and scale and all the fun things. So stay tuned for a job posting soon.
She's irreplaceable.
I don't disagree. That's why we're going to have multiple people carrying those programs forward.
You know,
Yeah,
like,
She kind of designed all of
She
them.
did, yeah.
Yep.
She created them all.
Summer school planning, we are, we shared out dates, so I have a list, oh, it's actually right here. Things to do tonight, and we shared hard copies of those dates, but have registration now of like sign your kid up and commit to coming to there. So Let's see, the money I asked about earlier with greenhouse and career and technical education money. July 1st at the latest, we're working on some pre-approval. We'll be ordering the high tunnel greenhouse, large greenhouse for the, I'm gonna point the wrong way, somebody points that way. And you'd think I'd figure this out by now. 5 years from now, I'll sit here and do the same thing. And water tank storage, I heard that. It's true. It's true. So, and large water tank storage stuff. So that is expanding and scaling and exciting. Spores Affair, I think I announced last time, but June 5th, save the date, come hang out and see all the awesome stuff that our kids are up to. And I promise you will have fun. I'm not going to say more than that because I have more on this list and I want to get through it. But
When does it open to the
evening
public?
event 4 to 8. We did host our title night, and that sounds like a weird name. What that is, and next year we'll say like literacy night and STEM night. This year we were getting back into compliance with Title I funding and making sure we host a community update about the title programming and funding, those types of things. So it was a community engagement event with literacy embedded into some lawn game, fun, barbecue, those types of things. The thing I want to share with the board is right now we're a school-wide model for Title I services for elementary and targeted for high school. And we should be school-wide for both. The way that we use the money and apply interventions and services, we do a school-wide approach. And so in the formal plan for next year, you'll see that switch from targeted to school-wide services. Just really working to build our interventions, especially around literacy, to close gaps for students who are behind grade level and in their skills. Okay, I'm so excited about this one. Courtney and Garrett, this is Garrett's classroom, took students who are in the student communications, media productions, project-based learning group over to the community radio station in Florence, and essentially, what's the word I want? They, I keep wanting to say filmed, recorded. They recorded a PSA about Mapleton and their first kind of exposure to real radio work. And I got the version of their like I always sound like when I get interviewed, I'm stuttering and all those things, and lots of ums. Jared always tells me, So, and then the edited version, and it was really cool to watch students go like, "We sound smart." Sound good, and like really get excited. So we're in some conversations with Larry at the radio station about hosting a regular showcase, a regular show sharing Mapleton happenings and student voice. And so stay tuned, super excited about this. And when I saw how good he is at editing, I'm more intrigued about being on. So
kids are actually learning how to function at a radio station.
Absolutely. So the goal, and we can't always go to the radio station to record and do those things, but we've been buying equipment to be able to do that work here and then partner. And he's like the email where he sent it to us. I haven't heard it like live. If anybody listens to what's the radio station? KXCR. Listen out for it. But the email said like, here it is, and if you there's two. This is the community one. And he sent it and said, if you want me to play it on the radio, let me know. And I wrote back like, Yes. So supposedly it's playing.
That's so
Stay
great.
tuned.
And it, just so you know, those, it's on KXCR, but KXCR is streamed. So if you do ever want to access it online,
Right.
or you can go back and find those recorded, I will do that, but I just want to.
Yeah. And I
Nice.
have had a meeting with both Larry and oh my gosh, I think his name is Steve, who's on their board, about broadcasting up into the upriver region and maybe using the school as a site to help spread that. Steve ran some models that it turns out putting an antenna, it's not going to help. And so the streaming services really are where it's at right now. And so we'll keep exploring options, but me
They've been
operating.
trying to get it up, like, as far up as we are,
Yeah,
and it's not realistic.
Just in that wall.
Yeah.
Right,
Yep.
right.
that's it. Like, it was cool to see the software with the model on it. And it was like, because I'm always like, oh, yeah, just do it. And then we'll put another one. And when I saw it, I was like, well, that's not worth it. Exactly.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Yeah. You're just
Yeah.
gonna unlock that highway and then you're surrounded by walls.
Yeah.
But if you have a computer, or you can.
Exactly, and just stream it, and for us, it's now sharing out, like, here's where you access it. Connected to that, we just signed the contract with Parent Square to upgrade the website this summer, and we'll launch that this summer, and are doing there's meetings and all those fun things, but stay tuned, it'll be pretty, and we will make sure that the radio station stream is easy to find on there, especially when we have a show.
Yeah.
That
Could you, sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, because Mapleton used to have a radio station way back in the day, and they did, and could you, because podcasts you're still in right now, could you have like a podcast area that
Yeah.
would be recording?
so that's exactly what we're working on. So, and actually, even this week, our success classes are doing some differentiation across like grade levels, and students who are finished or have, like, it depends on the grade level, but some students are actually coming into here and starting efforts towards creating their own podcast. And we have, through the Gear Up grant, we have purchased some equipment for exactly that. The goal is, still pointing the wrong way. Where's the computer lab? Oh, wait. Every time I twist, it all changes.
It doesn't.
No, it doesn't, I promise. My mom jokes that my compass got put in upside down, and so I'm always like pointing opposite, or so I don't know. But okay, so the computer lab, to redesign that space to have some of those that equipment available more often. So that's what we're building towards, and then quite a bit of that equipment has been in this room and coming out for some of the different the multimedia storytelling class has been using some of the camera and video too. Yeah, but yeah, exactly what we're working on, which is so exciting. And I'm gonna stop that.
Would you like to hear the PSA?
Go do it.
35 seconds.
35 seconds. You guys want to hear it?
Yes.
This is a test for this media class, and we want to tell you all about some great things about our school.
I think that you should definitely come and enjoy Mapleton because it is a beautiful community and there's lots of beautiful nature in the area to explore. I think that Mapleton is very beneficial for your mental health because it's a chance to get outside and explore, and it's a great community to be around.
We really love Mapleton. We hope you visit us out here soon.
Oh my god. Driving to the radio station, and I literally, who wants to go to the radio station? Like, coming out, they were so excited. Like, and they hadn't even heard that part yet. Just an experience was cool. But they didn't have the scripted or planned or written.
So
we were like, what do you guys want to talk about? Like, let's just practice. And they're like, let's talk about Mapleton. Like, literally, it was really great.
We used to have a relationship with that radio station, but it was really person-centered. Like, we had a guy on staff who was a radio dude. It was his love, so he made it happen. But it just needs to be institutionalized, like, it doesn't matter who works here, but we offer this.
That's what I'm hoping that this kind of, show, for lack of a better word, kind of gets some parts that are always gonna be updated and students are doing some update, like we're gonna do a sports highlight every show. Why wouldn't we, and so somebody's working on that. And so it just becomes kind of structured and systematic, and multiple people are feeding it so that if one person leaves, it's not the whole show left with them. It's, okay, we need somebody to highlight sports. Who's next? And really that it's student led.
Yes.
With some staff structure to hold it together, and make sure it goes. So, yeah, I'm excited.
Yay, well, thank you so much for your report.
Yeah.
All right, we are at the finance tech maintenance report. What you got for us, Sharon?
Well, like I said,
Nice.
yeah, are you done listening to money? Not yet. Like I said, we lost it. We had one of the expenses on here is $1,700 to equipment and mobile services. That was a repair. I don't think if that one was the towing. We had to tow a couple outfits. I mean, it's just been a crap year for our outfits. Even though they're all pretty new, but one of the buses, our oldest bus, which is not that old, it's yeah. I don't think it's 10 years old. It might be 9 years old. So it's our oldest one, but needs a new engine. So we're getting it replaced because the new engine is cheaper than the new bus by almost. The well is getting closer, I think. We put in an order for a new freezer, and they got some concrete cut out over by the elementary, by the kitchen exit where we'll be pouring a new concrete pad and putting a freezer in there. So working on that. Just to talk money a little bit more on the revenue and expenditure comparison sheet. Oh, that's only the, well, this page. You guys can't see it. So this tracks how much money we have coming in each month and how much money spent each month. And it has a totals column. And I keep an eye on that totals column. And you notice our revenue is 3.6 million so far this year, and our expenditures are just under 3.6 million. And like I said, in the budget, we were shooting for and this is a crossed general fund and special revenue fund. This is everything. And we were budgeting a 600,000 shortfall in just the general fund, plus 300,000 DK in the capital improvements fund. I mean, I was looking at dropping $1 million. It was worst case scenario. So we are even right now, and it's been even most of the year. This month, I need to tack May in here. I was expecting it to drop a bit. I had to transfer over 500,000 out of our savings account about last month. I have our bond payment, 150,000 that we're paying this month. And it seems like there was something else that I was anticipating. I don't remember what it was. But so I had to transfer 500,000 out of the savings account to help cover this month's expenses. And so I was anticipating a drop. But we just had our final state school fund payment this month. They start to double payment in July, and so you don't end up with payment in June in order to get you rolling. But they finalize in May, and if you remember, they look at last year and balance everything out with how much districts need and stuff, and so then they re-level it and stuff. And we received an extra 180,000 this month from last year, and so And our state school fund payment, if you look up in the revenue, it went up from 188,000 to 223. So it went up 50,000 last month, and this month is the same, just based on this year's numbers, because additional weighting in students or additional, but we're getting more once again, because I tend to put in worst case scenario numbers on that, and so then they give us more money.
Yay.
So that we're going to even out right now. I was looking at where the bank accounts were, and we are sitting 100,000 more than we did at the end of last month, and most of my, well, so we might go up this month, and then June is a big expense month with paying out our summer expenses for all our staff. But I also bring in June all of my grant payments. I tend to wait until the end of the year, and then I get all that money from the state instead of piecemealing it, because I like to be able to look and say, okay, I've spent this much money and I need to balance. I'm going to be able to get this much money, so I need to balance it out, balance all that out, and then get all that money from the state. So I'm anticipating maybe 600,000 in expenses next month because of that. That's kind of where it was last year. But I'll probably get about 600,000 from the state in grants and stuff. And well, anyway, but so overall, I'm thinking we could be almost even or down just maybe I'm hoping that overall we're sitting in a pretty dang good spot considering how much we've spent on staff.
Yeah, no, for real. I mean, and like Jesus said, there are a lot of districts around, not even far from here,
Yeah.
that are suffering. So, I mean, we're, fiscally responsible, and we were able to be generous at the same time. It's really an elevated state.
Fiscally responsible with the money we have, but also really good at getting extra money.
I don't know.
So, but yeah, so that's what I'm hoping. And then for a couple of the expenses, we had that tow bill, repair thing, some money to 2,400 to independent actuaries. That's GASB stuff. Is stuff for the audit. They look at health stuff for retired. It's stupid stuff, and we have to pay them for it. Because
Tell me.
a couple of gear up things. No, I'm not going to get into it. A couple of gear up things to K and one to Central Oregon Community College. Those were a couple of gear up trips. The TAP grant, 21,000, and I have 18,000 on the other page for Viking Plumbing. That was fixing those water lines that froze and were leaking, and we had to run new water line and stuff. So those were some of the kind of notable things that stood out to me on the expenses. And
Can I just say one thing on the enrollment, or on the page? Enrollment really is, if you look, like in May, 153 compared this year to 158 last year. At the end of the year last year, I want to say we had 17 preschool students, and this year we're at 13 right now. And so that difference between there really is preschool students who, like, I mean, we always want more preschool students, bring them over, and they don't impact the funding in the way that K-12 students do. So when in the message thing I read, it said enrollment has been consistent, like all the way across here. It's been actually pretty darn consistent.
Yeah.
Now I want it to grow versus just be consistent. So.
in the budget, I had that 11,000 transfer to food service where they sent out some potential numbers last month based on our poverty rates. And so we're CEP, community eligibility, everybody eats free. And our reimbursement on that is based on our poverty rate. How many kids would qualify for 3 meals as it is. And I saw the number, I was like, hey, and I wrote and said, hey, because we renewed that just last year and we dropped to 80% we were at 90%, we dropped to 80%. But the state is paying raising anyone that's doing CEP up to 90%. So we're still at 90%. But I was looking at the and wrote, said, hey, if we have that number, actually, that puts us at 100%. And so I just did working on the application today and stuff. So I'm hoping that we can get that CEP number up to 100%, which would add a little more money for us in food service also. So
One, this is just sharing possibility, no promises. Crystal and I met and I've been talking with Brenda a little bit about it, but we think there's possibility to provide both an after-school snack and dinner program for all students up to 18. And so we're exploring that right now in terms of possibility and potential. And we have so many students hanging around here until late at night that need food that it's an exciting potential. So.
Yeah. That is exciting. All right. Any questions for Jared? Okay, let's move into our consent agenda. Oh, I'm sorry.
Were there any, like, there's maintenance stuff? Like, I know that Pat was here doing some exciting.
that is, so yes, Hayek, as, I don't know, as we get our internet through Lane ESD, they go out to E-rate, they pay for our internet, and so I don't have to deal with internet. And E-rate, well, that's another story. That CEP number, if we get up to 100%, we're eligible to be running additional E-rate stuff right now in the new 5-year cycle. And so if I'm at 100% on CEP, then that means I don't have to pay anything when I run the E-rate thing. So if I need to update the access points to do the Wi-Fi and stuff, then I can run that through E-rate. But so Hayek was here. We're going to a different, I think I mentioned it, maybe I mentioned it last month, that we're upgrading our internet speed. So going with a different company, once again, Lane ESD is, just in charge of it, and Hayek must have won the bid for. And so they're running the fiber over to us and stuff. So they're doing that, and we're contemplating options of running fiber back over to the middle school and over to the industrial. I don't know how much it cost, or if I could figure out where the pipes are that currently run through and pull out some of the old wiring and run fiber. That way it's not hanging in the air like the one that was over to the middle school that got knocked down and we'd let, and glad we have never knocked down the one that goes over the elementary and stuff. But, yeah. So that's why Hayek was here running new fiber over as they prepare for taking over the internet.
And when is that finished? When do they complete that? Oh, after that.
As soon as the internet gets back.
I would imagine it'll be, since E-rate tends to run through the fiscal year, so I would assume July 1st, Hayek will take over.
And does that mean that there's going to be connectivity to the elementary and you can have contact with one another?
So
Because it really is pretty prehistoric around here.
yeah, tell me if I'm
What
wrong.
type of connectivity?
Yeah. So the internet's not the problem. It's cell service that's the problem. So there's many of us. Yeah, just so people know, when we're over there, like, texts don't go through if I'm on internet, but calls won't connect if I'm not. And so, like, we go on and off of internet on our cell phones all day long and have to navigate that, and you don't get that. And it is what it is. Well, we've talked about increasing cell capacity, we haven't found the answer yet, but that's the high-speed internet unfortunately isn't the problem, it's the way
Yeah, gotcha.
cell connects to that.
If
And that
you
was
wanna-
something that I actually had asked you to give us a little update on our policy with no cell.
Oh, that's right, I did have that.
And what is it for, staff?
Was that, yeah, so, we're off, but I'll jump in there right, and keep it short, but, right, cell phone, policy for students is not to be used in classrooms during, school time. Adhering to it, yes, stretching, yes, but, there's, like, as the school year winds gets further, it's like, no, for real, not now. But I think students, that we're not getting like refusal to put it away. It's just coming out more often. And something I've noticed is students asking for permit. Like the other day, somebody asked me, I want to do this thing. It's for this. Can I do it real quick? And it made sense. And I said, yes. And then the next part, can I show this video to my friend real quick? No. Like, right. But it's like that quick ask. In terms of staff use, we use our phones, right, like for use for communication, for those things. It shouldn't be, I guess, in terms of like, we shouldn't be asking students to do something we're not modeling, right? And so acknowledgement, like there are times I'm in a classroom and I'm trying to do two things at once and talk to a kid and I'm using a phone, but I'm not like, there shouldn't be sitting around messaging, doing those things. It should be work related in those points. And so we're not, no cell phone use for staff, right? That's not what the policy is, but it should be intentional and intentional use for work. Is that a fair?
Yeah, got it.
Update? Yeah.
Just wanted to.
Yep.
You were just gonna finish the thought, Darren, or did that thought vanish?
I was thinking, on a cell service, and did it go right in with your better radio reception and knock some of these hills down?
Okay. For that. Super practical.
I'm actually curious if the guy that did the model for the radio station could do a model for I don't know that, I might call him and ask. The worst he says is no, but if there's a model for cell service and how to improve it over this hill, I might ask him to do that.
Mhm. Okay, can we go to our consent agenda? Any other questions for Jaren? Okay, so the consent agenda is our payroll check register and our accounts payable check register and prior month's minutes. And is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Moved for approval for 8.1 to.
Okay. Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor? Unanimous. Thank you very much. OSBA training.
Sorry. It was intentional for work, I promise. Sorry. You all are hard to find a date for. So 4 of the 5 could do 3 dates, but not 5 of 5 yet. So my hope was to have like a grid that said, can anybody flex from here? And that did not fit before tonight. So I will send that to you in a grid on email and say, can anybody flex on these dates here? And there has to be an answer. And if there's not an answer, we can look at August. I don't want to push it out that far. I think getting this going. The other policy, let me not jump there. Yeah.
Is this, I just can't remember whether it's in person or Zoom.
In person, I believe.
Might depend, like if
it could be Zoom.
Yeah, because like I think some of the days I'm actually physically away, but
What could be available. Let me let me send that matrix and put that question, but in the flexibility, name that preference for folks.
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather be first.
Yeah, open to members joining by Zoom if needed. Like, I guess the question is, yeah, would you rather put off till August and find a date, or do it with maybe somebody online if needed?
I mean, I'd rather do it sooner with someone online,
Yeah,
especially if we can get the bulk of us.
Yeah.
In the room.
in person. Okay, cool. All right. I will send it. And then the policy side of that, I've emailed them twice and said, are you gonna give us a contract and start this work? Obviously there's a big policy update and like webinars they were hosting, that kind of stuff. They said that was the priority and they're working on this and it's on the agenda list. I don't know now what we're waiting for, but we'll send another email kind of, hey, we wanna pay you. I don't know why we're not doing that, so. Stay tuned. I mean, the policy work will come. Yeah. It's on their schedule right now. So one of them's on our schedule and one of them's on their schedule.
Okay. 9.2, the listening session follow-up.
Hold on. I think there's any supposed to take that. That's it.
Up in here.
Thanks. Make sure to get it back. All right. And Jared is okay. Liz is joining to be available. In thanks. Did he say it? I don't know what's going on.
Do you want to, well, do you want to say what?
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, I just was making sure. So Liz was our facilitator for the listening sessions, is going to be available to comment as needed and is in the Zoom world. So what this is here, we hosted the listening sessions the 24th and have had both written and public comments, and then also many less formal discussions. So I'll end up reading through this just because people online don't have that copy as well. And so like, I know you all know how to read and I'm gonna end up reading. But I wanna give you a second to kind of look through, but kind of just here's what it is. And then some themed questions with some answers provided. And then on the back page there, a proposed action plan for moving forward from the listening sessions. So if anybody have questions about just format? No. And if it works with you, I'm just going to start reading. And if we can wait to pause, I'll just pause naturally at certain spots. If somebody really wants to say something in there, like wave me down. All right, so I should drink water for today. Okay. Thank you to our parents, family, and community members, staff, and students for their engagement in this process. Beyond the formal avenues for sharing, I've had many informal conversations about how to move forward together. It's obvious that our community loves our students and loves each other, even when we disagree, and are all committed to providing a safe, welcoming learning environment where every student can meet their full academic and personal potential. Our district recognizes parents and families as primary caretakers and guides for their children, and we aim to educate in partnership. We are not seeking to define or negate faith or family values. Those are set in the home. We have a legal and ethical responsibility to provide an affirming space for all students and all adults who enter our space too. A number of people have shared that gender diverse family and friends have not always felt safe and welcome in Mapleton. Many who have concerns about gender inclusive language in the school have expressed that their intentions and sharing those concerns are not meant to harm individuals. Many community members have asked for more learning opportunities. We believe education and connection are the answer to bridging tensions and building connection. I've included here in the following pages short responses to questions that arose from the community listening sessions and community comments. Additionally, per the request of the board, I've outlined a few action steps to continue open communication and collective learning. Any questions or comments so far?
That's it.
I gotta, give me 1 second. I have to cough and I don't want to be gross.
I said coordinated person.
Oh, okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you. I've been fighting that for a couple weeks and it's gonna hit right now, of course. All right. Okay, so these questions are kind of italicized, a couple of them throughout these couple pages, and are questions, maybe not explicitly, sometimes they're direct questions that were asked, and sometimes themed into a question to kind of incorporate the question. So the first one, just defining our terms. What is gender diversity? Definitions of terms related to gender and sexuality are constantly changing. It is important to ask what each individual means when they use these words. And so sometimes we think we're talking about the same thing and we're talking about two different things, or we think we're talking about different things and we find out we're saying there's actually agreement. There are gender, sorry, I lost my pictures by here. There are gender diverse individuals in our community across all ages. While we do not collect this information about students, it is estimated that Mapleton's gender diverse student population mirrors statewide and national demographics, with between 10 and 20% of youth expressing gender diverse identities. Gender diverse is a term that is used to describe people with gender behaviors, appearances, or identities that vary and differ from those culturally assigned at birth. Gender diverse individuals may refer to themselves with many different terms, such as transgender, non-binary, genderqueer, gender fluid, gender creative, gender independent, or non-cisgender, and in some Indigenous communities, two-spirit. Gender diverse is used to acknowledge and include the vast diversity of gender identities that exist. Gender expression is the external way a person expresses their gender, such as with clothing, hair, mannerisms, activities, or social roles. Gender identity is a person's deep internal sense of being female, male, a combination of both, somewhere in between, or neither, resulting from a multifaceted interaction of biological traits, environmental factors, self-understanding, and cultural expectations. Sex is an assignment made at birth, usually male or female, typically on the basis of external genital anatomy, but sometimes on the basis of internal gonads, chromosomes, or hormone levels. Sexual orientation is a person's sexual identity in relation to the gender or genders to which they are attracted. Sexual orientation and gender identity develop separately. Transgender is a subset of gender diverse youth or people whose gender identity does not match their assigned sex and generally remains persistent, consistent, and insistent over time. Not all who define themselves as transgender pursue medical transition. These definitions are so there's a link here. I tried to provide as many resources as possible, and once this is shareable electronically, these links are accessible. I'm going to skip who that's from. So I'll keep reading here. Why do gender inclusive practices matter? Inclusive practices for all students matter. We are committed to ensuring all students feel valued and have a strong sense of belonging in our school and the community. Sorry, that feels really good. This includes honoring and affirming all aspects of student identities. Race, ethnicity, gender, sexuality, religion, faith, and spirituality, family connections, culture, traditions, interests, and future goals, and there's probably more not listed. One example of honoring all aspects of identity is the Sources of Strength wheel, which our students use to identify areas of strength that we can lean into during difficult times and areas of deficit that we can build up to better weather the storms of life. And if you see that wheel, I think there's a big one in here. Thank you. Various aspects, both of social connection and identity that we talk about in the school across K-12 as areas of strength and celebration of each individual. Gender identity and expression are one aspect of identity where students experience non-acceptance. And I actually think that should be edited to not be specific that like historically or culturally, I think it might need an adjective there. Students experience non-acceptance. The Trevor Project recently released a national study, and that link goes to that study that states, and I just pulled this quote because I think it wraps it up well. The survey's findings underscore that LGBTQ plus young people continue to report high rates of mental health challenges, suicide risk, and associated experiences of anti-LGBTQ plus victimization, such as bullying, discrimination, threats of physical violence, and conversion therapy. The survey also includes data on ways to support LGBTQ plus young people and highlights the association between lower odds of suicide risk and access to LGBTQ plus affirming spaces and experiences, such as affirming homes, schools, and communities, as well as gender-neutral bathrooms, clothing, and respect for pronouns among transgender and non-binary young people. Why do the use of chosen names and personal pronouns matter? Many people use a name different from the name on their birth certificate. Some people have names that are often mispronounced. Nicknames and middle names are often used in school settings. Gender diverse students may choose a name that more accurately expresses their gender identity. Using the correct preferred name and pronouncing it correctly acknowledges who a person is and that they matter. This is the larger article is here, but from pronouns.org, what and why. In English, whether we realize it or not, people frequently refer to us using pronouns when speaking about us. Often, when speaking of a singular human, In the third person, these pronouns have a gender implied, such as he to refer to a man or boy, or she to refer to a woman or girl. These associations are not always accurate or helpful. Often, people make assumptions about the gender of another person based on the person's appearance or name. These assumptions aren't always correct, and the act of making an assumption, even if correct, sends a potentially harmful message that people have to look a certain way to demonstrate the gender that they are or are not. How do we provide gender-affirming spaces for Mapleton students, staff, and community members? Mapleton School District does not have a gender-affirming policy explicitly. There are many federal and state laws that require non-discriminatory practices, and that link goes to the document that was shared at the listening session that outlines those federal and state laws and policies. We follow best practices for providing safe, welcoming, and affirming spaces for all students. This includes the use of students' preferred names and personal pronouns. We encourage all staff to refer to students using their current asserted name, gender, and pronouns. Teachers may offer pronoun sharing within classroom introductions and check-ins. Mapleton provides access to gender-neutral bathrooms and changing rooms for gender-diverse students. Students have the right to use gendered bathrooms and locker rooms that align to their expressed gender. Our student support and safety plan includes determination of the safest and most affirming facilities for students and takes into account privacy needs for all students. Can I make a note right there that sometimes when I read it, I realize things. So I would say our practices do that currently. What we don't have in place yet is a formal plan for that. And so my thinking in writing the sentence was that we need to have the formal plan in place, which is attended to later. But the language is ahead of itself right there. I just want to name explicitly. All right. Mapleton also hosts a Gay Straight Alliance Club for middle and high school students. This is an affinity space led by students and hosted by multiple staff for LGBTQ+ students and student allies. The club provides support to peers, provides input to school leadership about ensuring safe, welcoming, and inclusive spaces for students, and provides connection to community resources. We do not ask or assume the sexuality or gender of students in this space. Students are free to share as they feel comfortable. How do we include families in support of gender diverse students? As noted above, research shows that affirming homes reduce the risks of suicide and increase the health and wellness of gender diverse students. Schools are often a space where students first express their gender identity before feeling ready to share directly with their families. Our goal is always to bridge family connections, and we will always offer to help students to have these conversations with their family when they feel ready. Based on community feedback, we will be sharing information and learning opportunities with families and community members. Our intention is to provide information to support home conversations for families seeking more information. Are students and families required to engage in gender-affirming practices? We will assume that students who do not answer personal pronoun questions, we will assume that they use pronouns that match the sex reported on their registration forms. And I want to clarify that a little bit, like sometimes there's opportunities, whether in a form to put your name and pronouns, or in introductions in a meeting or space to say, hi, I'm Sue, she, her. As adults and students, I've been in meetings where that is skipped and we move forward. In that if that is skipped, the assumption is that they're using the pronouns that match their registration. Sorry, I lost my spot. Staff will gently remind students of the preferred name or pronoun of a student, staff, or community member when an incorrect name or pronoun is used. If refusal to use a student's asserted name or pronouns is reported as creating a hostile environment, bullying, and or using our bullying or harassment form, staff will facilitate a conversation to assure a safe learning environment. This aligns with protocols for any student who reports a hostile environment. We are committed to providing safe, welcoming, and affirming spaces for all students. Does Mapleton provide hormone therapy or medical transition services to students? No. Our job is to educate students in a safe, welcoming, and affirming learning environment. Additionally, medical transition and hormone therapy is not a service provided on-site by our mental health providers. And in the conversations with both Peace Health and Hoots recently, I've asked this question directly, and it's not a service they will provide. How are gender identity and sex education taught to students? Specific instruction is age appropriate and aligned to Oregon health standards. That link goes to the standards by grade level. Beginning in the summer of 2024, so coming up here, Mapleton School District will lead a transparent, community-connected process for writing our comprehensive human sexuality education plan. This plan will ensure we are meeting the various legal requirements for sexuality education. That link, you have to scroll a little bit and hit the plus sign, but it drops down all of the connected legal requirements for sexuality education, including sexual abuse prevention, healthy relationships and dating violence prevention, and all growth and development and sexual and reproductive health standards. This process will integrate our adoption of health instructional materials. While the gender-affirming practices described in previous questions occur across subjects and classrooms, explicit instruction of health and sexuality standards will always include letters to parents and be taught at planned times. Families have the right to access the curriculum at any time and to opt their students out of any part of instruction.
One little note to that.
Yeah.
The law states that parents have the right to opt their student out of any part of instruction, but not out of information. Meaning that we are supposed to supply them with the information and they can do their own teaching at home.
Say that again?
You can opt your kid out of instruction, but you can't opt your kid out of information. So the information would be given to you and you would do it at home. And it's not like there's a police person watching you do it. I mean, it's just, that's the way the law is.
So is it we're obligated to provide the same information to families if you opt out? We would give you the given the curriculum and as a parent, and then you could do with what you wanted with it.
Not through the student.
Right. Not the
No. Yeah, through the parent. That's the law.
And so I'm putting a note here. I think that explicit, like pulling that language and including it in this question makes a lot of sense. I think since I'm, what if I just finished? And so this is the questions that seem to elevate to the top in terms of input. And then the back page here, hopefully makes sense. Proposed action plan, following our next steps for our district. First, like prioritizing regular communication with families. That's both inclusive of annual updates and information to be shared to families, and obviously available on our website. And then proactive communication with families when specific discussions of gender identity and sexuality occur, or sexuality occur on our campus. And I want to give an example there, and it's actually from the last 2 weeks. I had what started as an anonymous report from the 3rd and 4th grade classroom that students were using, were making sexually explicit comments in the form of your mom jokes. And when I investigated it, every kid I talked to named 5 more kids who were using that language. And so the list grew quick. And so that is evidence that there's a need for a community conversation and discussion about community norms and expectations and allowable language, those kind of things, versus punishment of a single kid, right? And so we use Parent Square, sent home to all 3rd and 4th grade families, hey, here's what the investigation found. Here's the next steps that we're going to do. Here's who will be in the conversation. And here's what the conversation will include and what the focus will be. And then and encouragement to talk to your student at home and report any concerns to us, right? So then we hosted that conversation in the classroom and then sent a follow-up conversation that said, here's how it went, here was the main focus, and please talk to your student tonight and let us know if you have any questions or concerns, and specifically around reporting. I had 2 students talk to me after and say, I think some students might not feel comfortable reporting because they might be scared that somebody told them later. And so then it was specifically, if your child reports to you, please know that you can report it to us and we will address it. So, and that's not that this one happened to be about sexualized language. We've done the same thing for racialized language couple months ago with some older students, and we communicated in those same ways. So the proactive communication I want to make explicit that that's the type of that's where we're communicating about this type of language or topic. All right, second one, in response to feelings of discomfort, frustration, and exclusion expressed by staff and educators on all sides of these issues, we will incorporate interpersonal communication, professional development into our staff in service this fall. Well, the focus will be on creating a safe community for sharing ideas, concerns, and feelings, especially around complex topics. Third, this one gets confusing. I just want to name it. There was no good way to outline this, or at least I didn't find it. So this is about the process of a transparent, community-connected planning process for development of these pieces. And so there's both the element of the process that will play out, and then to what end that part is development of a board-adopted comprehensive human sexuality education plan, which includes a district action plan, specifically that articulates actions to provide welcoming, safe, and affirming school environments for all students. And obviously this is in the human sexuality education plan, so there's the creating that for all students, but in this particular plan with attention to gender and sexuality. Second, student support and safety plan protocols. I mentioned that earlier. I was a little ahead of myself in the writing there, but a resource for staff to support gender diverse students, and to have a resource and protocol for if a student comes to you and is sharing gender diverse, asking to use a different name or pronouns, a resource to help guide those conversations and really think through their considerations. Communication plan, which includes schedule and resources for sharing with students and families. That's in relation to number 1 up above, but may extend beyond that as well. For the community education plan, community learning opportunities, one of the asks, both informal and informal input was more opportunities to learn and connect around complex issues, in this case, gender identity. Community learning opportunities, and really, this is intended for the adults in the community to learn together and hear some of that content, and even things like defining terms and connecting. How do we support youth? Providing resources, and at least the goal in this is in the fall to provide an opportunity for community to come together and just learn about gender diversity and how to support youth in our community as a learning experience. And then fifth, a staff education plan that includes trainings and schedule connected to these topics and processes. So that's all in the human sexuality education plan. Parallel, connected, board adopted health instructional materials adoption. We are due for health adoption process, and so that'll be coordinated alongside this. We're also doing science adoption process this year as well, and so you'll see some different opportunities for curricular or instructional materials adoption. And then lastly, a review and update of the suicide prevention and intervention postvention plan that exists. It's online, but revisiting that, making sure trainings are happening, sharing out available resources and processes, and updating, especially if anything comes through in the human sexuality education plan that should be included for suicide prevention, that those are incorporated, that those plans talk to each other. And then lastly, inclusion of all documents and curricular materials on the updated website, which will launch in summer 2024. We'll create those spaces for sharing, and then as these other plans and resource development play out, that'll be where resources are hosted. So hopefully I can stop there for a second and drink some water. It's like burning right there. And then I'm going to be quite happy to answer any questions, but I think y'all should talk.
Discussion.
So on the 1, 2, 3, call it page 4.
I should have put page numbers. Sorry.
In the second paragraph, so you're saying like the language was ahead of a policy. So is this the language within the policy that you're proposing to have, or the policy you would use? Mapleton provides access to gender neutral bathrooms and changing rooms for gender diverse students. Students have the right to use gender bathrooms and locker rooms that align to their expressed gender.
Let me stop you right there. So that's legal. That's outside of Maple. If we can't have a policy that says other than that, because it would be discriminatory. So those state and federal laws, Title IX says students have the right to use gender bathrooms and locker rooms that align to their expressed gender. We don't get to negate that, right?
So, but you get to allow it.
We have to allow it legally. So
I can get a bathroom for my kid.
the next part, what I'm saying is ahead of myself on here. So our practice is for a student who is gender diverse, and we have those conversations of especially changing out for PE. That's a conversation we have regularly, right? We have conversations about the most affirming and safe spaces to do that, and have plans for all students on where they use the restroom and where they change out. Those are how do I explain this? That practice occurs. It's not with a supported resource or material in place, and there are safety and support plans recommended by the ODE and other organizations to say, here's a resource to help facilitate those conversations. They don't just focus on the safety of and affirmation of the gender diverse student, but also, right, safety of other students. And so how do we, if we need to add privacy in an area, right, for changing out in locker rooms, like we might have to invest in changing that arrangement so that it's safe for all students, right? I'm not going to go further than that because we can, like, there could be a number. The big thing that comes through in the guidance is that each case is an individual, like, it's kind of like an individual education plan, right? For students with disabilities, you take it, it's an individualized plan. That's the same thing here, but it's not asking safe and affirming only for that student. It's how do we make this work in our district, right? And or in our school. And that's the resource. I think there are recommendations taking that as part of the planning process to make that tool that exists in our district is the piece. So when I say our student support and safety plan, that's ahead of myself. We don't actually have a actual plan that I go to and say, here's the Mapleton support and safety plan.
You're saying that this is allowed and you have to allow it right now, and you don't have a plan. Like, you're gonna put it out there. You don't have a plan. It's not an individualized education plan.
That's exactly.
That's everywhere. That's just anything. It's if I go in the bathroom, if it's any girl or any boy goes in the typical girl and boy's bathroom. It's not. There's individual incidences, but it's not any kind of individualized plan. There has to be a plan.
That's literally what the action plan is saying. So when I say, so there's a resource. So right now we have plans for each kid, right? We have these conversations we played out. This is to have a resource, like a formal document that is trained for our staff to say, okay, in these situations, here's the plan. What I want to share is that doesn't mean I write a plan with student A and say, okay, this is it, and then I post it on the wall and say, this is the plan for that
No,
student.
I think you have to have a broad plan. I'm more concerned about a broad plan, not for
Because how do parents
each
how parents know what you're
different gender diverse student. They're gonna have, obviously, sounds nice, there's arrangements and ideas and things you guys have discussed or planned for them. What about the broad public of this school? That's the plan I'm concerned about. Or sporting events or anything else, like, that's what I'm concerned about. The broad plan, and I don't see that, and you're gonna put this out into the universe, and there's no plan.
Isn't that development of that plan?
Yeah.
But
This could happen tomorrow, and there's no plan.
And I don't know the plan. My daughter's in the bathroom and then a boy comes in and I don't know.
Yeah.
So if you have individualized plans for each, you're gonna call every single parent of the school district and say, this is our plan for this individual.
No.
Then
That
But I wanna know what the
obviously
plan is
that's
for my
not me,
kid.
yeah.
What's the plan for them? Like, or like, even myself, like, if there's not a plan, you're just saying it can happen, we're allowing it to happen because there's plans for other individuals. There's not a plan for just like the whole general public. I'm not confident in this. I'm not confident that I feel safe or my child feels safe. Like, this made me feel less confident than I did when I walked into the room tonight.
I agree.
Right, and then, I mean, since we're talking about like making all students feel comfortable and families too, is this something, so like, if you have a student or family who feels uncomfortable changing in a space that could have this rule, you could have them say, where this could, where like, you could have those students and families say, hey, I'd like my student to change in a designated single use, so that they are.
How fair is that?
Well,
My daughter's a daughter, my daughter's a girl, and she's gotta go to a separate space because a boy wants to go in there. Asinine.
I think if we're talking about trying to make a space, like each individual have the opportunity to feel comfortable in those spaces, then that we are talking about individual students needing to have that. For all of them, gender diverse students, cisgender students.
I don't know. This will never work. This
I
will
mean, I guess
never
we
work.
need like a whole bunch of
Yeah.
gender
Yeah,
diverse
a whole bunch of
bathrooms,
individual
locker room
bathrooms.
stalls, like.
Well, and
And that is,
at the elementary, that's literally what we
Well, I
have.
know,
That's right.
classroom has an individual bathroom, but that's not the case over here.
Well, and what I want to share is like, make sure I say this right. This has been in place, and they're like, I don't have a report of somebody feeling unsafe in a bathroom at a sporting event, at a classroom event during the day. Like, we're literally doing this. What doesn't exist is the formal tool that we're using to make sure we ask all the questions, right? We have the conversations. I think we're actually doing a pretty good job on this. And I think there are questions that maybe we want to make sure we always consider and not overlook, right? But like to say like, I don't feel safe in the bathroom, I don't feel safe, like this is playing out daily, right? In our school and other schools when we go.
My
to
fear
visit
is they're not gonna know they feel unsafe until it happens.
Yeah, sorry. To what happens?
Like a girl is in what she thought was the girl's bathroom, or a boy. I mean, we always refer to that way, but or a boy is in the boy's bathroom. They're not gonna know that until the incident happens.
Somebody walking in and using the bathroom?
Yeah.
It happens. I like,
I just don't feel like that's a smart answer.
yeah,
But I feel like that's a smart answer.
it is happening. That, and I don't mean this to, it's not,
Happening
minimizing the-
here, you're just saying it's happening.
here, like this has been in place and we. Like,
I know
I've had
these words
conversations
you
and-
say have been in place, or
No, the practice of gender diverse students walking into the bathroom that you would not think they would walk into happens on this campus.
well, I'm not okay with it. That's not okay for my kid. I mean, I don't know what I'll have to do, but that's not okay. That's not okay for sports. It's not okay. And you're putting that out there. You're saying there's not a plan to protect any of those situations. There's a title here that says, how do we include families in support of that? What of those who I'm not supportive of gender diverse students? Absolutely not. I'm thinking of like my own child.
Mm-hmm.
And that doesn't feel safe to me. I can't go home and like, what do you think her father would say? Like, that doesn't feel safe. It doesn't feel safe for if I had a third grader, let alone I have a teenager.
So, but Annie, when you say safe, I mean, basically, people use the bathroom to go to the bathroom. That's all they're doing. They're walking in.
Maybe.
They're not hanging out.
You never.
But there's lots of
Excuse me, can I
listed.
just finish my? And it's a non-event. It's a non-event. There are many times during the day where that happens, where it is a non-event. And oftentimes, if you're like in a public restroom, you would have no idea, and you walked in and you used the restroom and then you left. And there were gender diverse people in your space with your daughter, with you, with your husband. It is happening, and it's just not, I think that the fear of what could happen is not playing itself out in real time. Here at the school, I'm not hearing about it. And actually, it doesn't seem to me that it's a big problem with the kids.
I understand that, but it also says locker room here, and that's different than a bathroom.
Mhm.
And the incidents, sure, that's moving through and happening all the time. People may be in those restrooms and then they come out, or even in the locker room situation, but it doesn't become a situation until that one time it became a situation. The same reason that I would not drive my male students at my high school somewhere without someone else, with a second person there, because all it takes is that one little incident where maybe something did happen or didn't, and then you have a huge situation.
And what
It's
kind
to
of
prevent those
liabilities
situations.
does the school take on when they let a boy go in the bathroom with a girl and then the girl gets sexually assaulted? That's happened, and but there have been cases about that.
So two things, sorry, I want to separate those two thoughts. Annie, I was actually going to say something else, but let me respond to this one first. The same liability that if a boy walks into a boys' locker room and assaults a boy, which plays out, can play out, or a girl walks into a locker room and assaults a girl, right? It's the same liability. And then the piece I wanted to say is, right, when we take into account a safety plan, and if part of ensuring people feel safe in that locker room changing is providing a secondary staff person, right? A staff person there during changing times, during those things. Those are things that will be that are built into that safety plan. Does that make sense? So for the same rate, you create safety plans, right? I create safety plans. If I'm in a room here and I'm with a boy or a girl, I do it, any kid, if I'm alone, right? I'm thinking, protection for the student and for me, right? Do I open a door? Do I make sure that the window's open, right? Those kind of things. We all take safety actions every day. Sometimes we do it individually, and sometimes we actually need to resource a space so that it's so that we know it's safe, right? And those are actions that can be included in the development of a safety plan, safety and support plan.
So then we have a girls' locker room. Girls are in there. Then we have a boy who wants to go into the girls' locker room. So now you're saying we're going to put an extra adult in the locker room. But so say we have a lady in there as the supervisor, and now there's a boy in there. So now it's like male and female. And then, well, now we're going to put an extra adult. We'll put a male teacher in there. Now we have a male teacher in there with girl.
I don't think we would put a male.
But then either way, you have a
biological boy who identifies as a female, and they're in the locker room. That's what she's saying.
Mm-hmm.
So who's the adult?
Is it a boy or is it a girl? Or is it one of each? Because then that's a whole nother layer.
Yeah, I think it's staff ensuring a safe space, and
what does that even mean?
That a student, any student in the room, isn't going to attack another student.
It is
okay,
not necessarily, but so they're just changing their clothes. They're all changing their clothes.
Yeah.
Then that's fine.
Like there's stalls, if we need to put up a like in many bathrooms there are separate changing stalls, right? If in our space, like in the boys' locker room, we actually don't have as many like private changing spaces as I initially thought. I don't walk through there a lot. So I feel like so if that provision needs to be, but if we need modifications to our bathroom spaces or our changing spaces, then there can be a privacy space, right? That like these are things that's true if I go to the gym and am changing, and like I'll just speak to when I was young and went to community locker room, I was like, oh, y'all like to walk around naked. I'm less comfortable with that. I use the stall and I leave. But when they're walking around comfortable and naked, I didn't get to say, ooh, I'm nervous. Can you put your clothes back on? I found how to change comfortably and leave.
Which then you gotta look at another man.
I don't know. I guess when it happens, you'll just hear from me. That's you're obviously
that's fair.
I think there's no safety plan here.
But it's
and that's just sad that it takes it to that point.
Yeah.
That's where you'd rather go.
It's not about rather. I want to be really clear. Title IX protections say
Title IX also protects a lot of other situations that it doesn't protect anymore.
So, like, I'm not in charge of Title IX. Well, I am.
I just think that's a poor reference because it's not doing what it was set up to do.
So I want to offer the alternative. So we don't allow this. So I have a gender diverse transgender student who says, I want to use this locker room. I don't care if it's boy or girl, like which one. This is the locker room that matches my express gender. No, I'm saying hypothetically. We have a meeting, we say, you know what, our community is not comfortable with that. You need to use this space to change. And that student says, I'm a gender diverse trans student, that doesn't match my expressed gender, right? And I say, I'm sorry, that can't happen. That student and their family has every right in the world to sue us.
Okay, well, then I, as the parent of a girl that you told to go use the gender neutral bathroom, have every right to come and sue you too then.
Okay,
so I'll give you a scenario.
Hold on, so Title IX says that student who sues us is going to win.
I'll give you a
There is
scenario
no
that's
way.
not hypothetical. So I'll give you one that's not hypothetical. There are students and situations that happened this year, because right there, you're assuming, so there's the assumption of what their biological gender is, correct? Like, if I'm identifying as a male, there's an assumption of what my biological gender is, right? A female, because
Sorry, but you're, slow down, I actually.
You're giving a hypothetical situation.
I'm just saying, the alternative is if we.
I'm not gonna give you a true situation.
Sure.
Right, so the male identifying student wants to go in the female locker room and you said no, or transgender, whatever, you said no, you have to use this, because they're assumedly have male parts, correct? And they're wanting to go in there. And you're still, you know what they are, and that's why you're not allowing them. And so there are students who went on trips, and students that identify and say they identify as the opposite sex that are rooming with people of the same sex, because you are assumingly as adults saying there's no harm in that, but they're rooming in the same rooms.
Can I clarify just to make sure I'm tracking this?
Sure.
Okay, so I think what you're saying is, in practice right now, there are youth staying in the same overnight arrangements who
They identify as the opposite, but you're not holding that. You're not making that same, you're not holding true to what they're identifying as.
right. So okay, I think I'm tracking this. So part of a support and safety plan, and what I will say, part of the reason for a support and safety plan is to ensure we're talking through all of those situations. I can say personally, when we have overnight trips and rooming arrangements, personally, the ones I know about, I have checked explicitly with students to say, are you comfortable with this arrangement? And not only a gender diverse student, but anybody who they'd be staying in their room. I have situations where I've called partners that are hosting a trip and said, hey, you have funding for 2 rooms, or for a, double occupancy room, and are trying to do this. I can't have these 2 students stay together. You're assuming that they can double up. I actually need another room. And every organization I've worked with has said, sure, and made another arrangement. We have navigated those things and continue to navigate those. Can I assure that that's played out every single time? No.
But you just said that you've checked in, and then you can't.
When I am responsible, that's what I'm telling you. When I am the one responsible for the arrangements, I assure you I have done that every single time.
Well, who else is usually responsible for arrangements?
We go on field
Whoever's
trips
ahead
and
of those
overnights
events.
every
That-
day.
that's not happening.
So the point of a support and safety plan developed and including all of those questions and training staff with that plan is so that that happens every single time. That's exactly the point of the second sentence where I said we're ahead of ourselves here. When I wrote this, I'm ahead of myself in that answer. Originally, I was writing it for like where I want to be versus where we are currently. And that step 3-2 on the back there, student support and safety plan protocols, that's that exact resource and training for staff to make sure that that's attended to every time. That's the exact.
Well, and I don't think it's just per student either. Like, I don't think that, you don't just like, hey, are you okay with that?
Right, yeah, as a parent too, I'd like to know that. Like, oh, my kid's gonna go on an overnight thing with, and room with
I just think
so-and-so, and
I feel like it's hypocritical of what you're saying you're doing, and then you're not doing it. I mean, almost if I was the parent of the person who identified as the opposite, why wouldn't I be upset that they had to then room with the opposite of what they identify as? Like, I feel like it's hypocritical on both sides. That's why I don't trust any of this, because I've already seen it happen, and my kid was involved in one of it.
So, but the point of this is taking, right? We identified an issue in the community, we're identifying ways to improve and move forward, and acknowledgement like, okay, that's a spot that needs to be overnight trips, very clearly need to be addressed in here, right? Is there like forcing am I forcing a student to stay separate? If there, I mean, that happens if I have a list of 7 boys and double occupancy rooms. Somebody ends up without a roommate, right? I'm not forcing that, you know, sometimes I ask if I can move it around and say, anybody want to be the solo person? Sometimes they say me, and we do that. Sometimes it's luck of the draw, right? On there, but yeah, I'll stop there.
I think there's a rub here where parents want to know if their kids don't, like, your kid maybe feels comfortable, but you don't feel comfortable. You want to know, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think we have to honor the parents. It's not your child may have her comfort level that's different than your comfort level.
Well, I always trust her comfort level.
Right.
That doesn't mean I shouldn't be informed.
No, you should, and you and she may not agree, and that'll be within in the 4 walls of your home. You'll work that stuff out. Anytime we can give parents information, let's err on that side. I mean, that seems like that's helpful.
The one sticking point in that, and I want to be totally transparent, is sometimes that's in most cases, I think it's known, right, of transgender and identity, and in those spaces and those conversations can be more transparent, but we have a right to not right. We have a responsibility to not out students. And so I just, this is a hypothetical, but.
And also some students are unsafe in their homes with that information. So, you know,
that's why these are individualized plans. I mean, exactly. It really, the circumstances are different in every case, and that it's complex. Like, I don't want to pretend this is easy, but this is making it as transparent as possible, but recognizing like there will always, or there, maybe not will, there can always be pieces that make that communication like difficult and or impossible.
Like, just a question, like for overnight trips, just thinking specifically things that might go in the plan, is it, with it, parents already need to sign, like, you know, permission slips. And could that include like, just like, this is the room your child is assigned to, like, and when you sign the permission, you're also signing that that permission is granted for that space?
Yeah, I think so. Mm-hmm. Like, I'm trying to think. So like, I'm trying to think when we did recently. So last summer, Europe trip for a week, we stayed at Western Oregon University, right? Like, saying this is on the permission slip, this is their roommate.
Yeah,
for the week, like.
Yeah, I don't know whether you're going to do that or not, because that's like using other kids, you know, but you're disclosing other kids' information, you know, names and stuff, but I don't know. I'm just trying to think of a way so that there can be some parent communication without any student, without like stating, you know, anything about that student, so that we could potentially out them if they weren't out to their family. I don't know.
I mean, it's an idea. I think
that's worth exploring for sure. Privacy is, I mean, putting
a name on there is what it is. You likely heard other names, you know?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll ask. I don't, I mean, it seems pretty doable. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. That's
why I'll ask. Yeah.
It's sort of something like that.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think the point of this is that there are ideas about how to address all of these situations that do need to take into account everybody's comfort level, and that there are ways of doing that. And because this is new, we're starting to figure those ways out, and we're behind you know, like we're behind the situation. And that just means, I mean, that's the point of having all of these conversations, like hearing people's, oh, I'm not comfortable with it. Okay, what do we do about it? And how do we document that so that it's making sure that that's followed? And I think that that's included here as a thing that, an action that we need to take. But it's like, we don't have that documented part yet, even though because it's a lot of it is new, we've had to deal with it and put it into practice, put things into practice. And have tried to honor safety in that, you know, as part of that. That's what I'm hearing. But you know, taking that next step to sort of formalize and document all of those different needs is where we're at.
Well, at the last listening session, the evening one, there was this concern about dividing our community over this. And that's really what we don't want to do. I mean, you don't want to do that. You and I might think differently about this, but we don't want to create a chasm. We're trying to find a way to come together and troubleshoot something that has a solution. There is a solution. This is something we can do, and we're being required to. And I just want us to join together to see how we can do that, you know, with respect and kindness. Just, you know, for each other here on the board, us 5 women that sit on this board. You know, I don't want to create rifts. That's my hope through this whole process.
But to me, no offense, all this says is basically, sorry, you're SOL in a nice way. That's all it says to me. It doesn't say anything that we're gonna meet in the middle. It doesn't say anything that we're gonna change this. All it says is basically what I've been told and what all of these people have been told that have brought their concerns the entire time by, you know, admin at the school. That's all this is. It's just a piece of paper in a nice way with fancy words and a way of writing it in a way that just says thanks but no thanks. And that's all I get from this.
But Abby, I don't think so. I mean, I think.
You don't think so, but I think so.
I know, but what I'm saying is, this doesn't make you comfortable. Let's edge into places that make you comfortable. There are ways to sequester your kid, or this kid can be sequestered. There are trans kids here who don't want to be in the same bathroom with anybody. They want their own private space. We're gonna create that for them, you know, and then.
Or cisgender kids who want that same private space.
Precisely.
Well, and I think that is a good point that you're making. I think sometimes maybe when I've used the word or Abby's used the word, whatever, safety sometimes isn't to the extreme cases where everyone's going to. Like, it is more of the comfort level.
Yeah, yes.
It's not like, it's not that I would feel unsafe if Jaren and I had used it. It's the comfort level of that, right? Like, it is more of that thing. And then, yeah, I do understand exactly what she's saying. I feel like anyone who brought concerns, this proposal, right? This, the plan that we're supposed to be talking about and or voting on, like, it is basically just describing everything again, which has happened before, like what happened in the listening sessions and all the other times we've met. It is then just stating, here's what we have to do and here's what's going to happen. And I don't feel like, I guess in the end, when I read through that whole thing and I read through it, I don't feel like there was a trying to meet in the middle of comfort.
Can I ask a question? Like, I'm open to ideas. There are some that I've heard, and I've literally called legal counsel and OD and said, does this work? And it's like that's discriminatory. Like, we can't set ourselves up for legal and financial risk.
Well, I think it's sad that,
but I would love specifics on what is meeting.
I'll say something first that like maybe is not going to land, but I think it's disappointing that there's no nice, good way to say this, but someone who feels differently about their identity or anything than I feel about that topic. That we're concerned more about how other people than other, maybe my like thinking, if everyone's following that, feel than how I feel. And we have to worry about them suing places, but not how I feel. That doesn't matter. I can't sue you because we have to follow these protocols. When I feel uncomfortable sending my daughter or future grandkids here. But that doesn't matter because there's these things to support the other side, right?
Yeah.
But the topics that I would say, if I felt heard, or maybe people like-minded like me that I heard speak felt heard, language is one big thing. And I'm not, no matter how angry or upset I get, I'm not discriminating against anyone who feels differently about their gender identity, but I don't feel like it should be pushed. Exactly.
So
Like, I feel like it shouldn't just be discussed openly or talked about. Yes, do I feel like they need to be able to feel comfortable and have conversations? Yes. But why does my child or other students who don't feel that way, why do they have to be addressed to it? And why do they have to feel like they had to choose? Or if they didn't choose, why was the question asked in the first place? Like, I have never said she or her about myself. I don't type it on any Zoom meeting I go to. I don't fill it out anywhere. I just am who I am. And you can probably figure that out. But I'm not going to assign a gender to that. And neither is my own kid is not. I'm just a girl, Mom. That's just who I am. I'm not a she or a her. But why does the conversation have to happen? I would just feel more comfortable if they're not being addressed, that the suggestiveness of having to think about it and choose it had to be there all the time. Well, I don't know where that comfort level meets in the middle.
Well, it's just like a poster that I saw in the school last year around this time, and it said it was obviously made by the kids, and it's like, why does this need to be put up there? But it says respect people's identities, and it's like, my God, like, and the one thing that I like came from the meeting, the evening listening session, is all these people, which I agree with them. Mapleton's always been a spot where these people can come from here and these people can come from here, and we can come to school, and it's like no big thing. Like, you're just going to school together and whatever. And there's never been an issue with, and you can tell me that there is day to day all you want, but I don't believe it. And there's never been a time when people have made people feel so uncomfortable that they can't be here and all that. I don't believe it. I'm not picking up what you're laying down. And the only time this has started is when all of this has been pushed. And when there's posters up in the class or in the hallway saying like respect people's identities, that's pushing it in kids' heads. Oh, we have to respect identities.
Can I ask, I don't mean this condescending at all, but identities is bigger than, identities is big. So, and I'm going to ask you a question that I know the answer to.
Yeah.
So it may feel, I don't mean it condescending, but do you identify as Christian?
Yes.
I respect you 100% for that.
Why are we just not respecting others?
But just respect everybody. Why do we have to say identity? That wasn't even a word ever before like 2021. Like, the word identity is just like, come on. Like, you cannot tell me that this is not being pushed and it's not being, it's a snowball. It's like.
So, Abby, I wouldn't use the word pushed. I would just say that time is moving on and identity is a massive, it's part of the societal fiber of living in these times. It means everything to some people. To some people, it means nothing. But if it means something to somebody and they really, really need that validated, then it's not a lot to ask to give it. I'm not saying you have to do it. The other thing I want to say is this is a public school. And as school board members, we took an oath to protect the school. And that really means liability. We have to, whether you like that language, that's the law. And we took an oath to.
I am so sick of hearing that's the law.
Okay, but you can, Abby, please just respect me, just as your friend.
But
okay? Because we've known each other for freaking ever. I'm saying, just.
I don't, okay, but,
just
and I'm maybe going off board here, but Did I feel respected when I had to pull my kid from the school? No. Did I feel respected when I came to you and said multiple times about all of this and just basically what you're doing to me now? Is that because I'm not the same as all these people and everybody that's all for this? I'm not the same. So it's like, oh, you're stupid and you need to have these learning, what are you calling them? Like learning sessions.
That
And
might not be for you, that learning
There's-
session
there's
is for
no
someone who
requirement.
actually.
I know, but that's
That was
basically
an
what's said in
Abby,
these.
real quick, I do wanna, one, I don't think you're stupid, and two, I've never
No.
called you stupid.
No, I'm not stupid.
And I've never once said that or thought that about you, and I wanna clarify that this isn't about you
Well, that's what
personally,
these
and you
things.
have the right to do that. I don't know a better way forward.
Yeah.
I
But
was
this
asked
isn't
to
it.
put a proposal forward. What I'm asking for are specifics. How do I make this better, and how do I meet halfway in a way that does not put the district at legal or financial risk?
Well, I think that there's
I
things
need that
in
answer.
this realm that we're accepting and affirming that are putting this school at risk. Maybe it's not legal, maybe, but it is part of this will be the demise of the school. Like people will start pulling their kids from the school. People are not sending their kids to the school because of this. And I realize it's happening everywhere, but the homeschool numbers are quickly rising, and there's a reason why, and the correlation is very clear. So if we want to continue as a community and come together and do all this, it cannot be in a paper that's basically like putting out definitions in layman's terms, because we're like assuming the people that aren't understanding this and aren't agreeing with this are just not understanding.
It's not about not understanding.
But then why are you giving us definitions?
So that we're having the same conversation. And because the community, when they gave input, we can look through the board packet, they said, we want more learning and connection opportunities to address this complex issue.
Who said that? And where does it?
It's in like.
In the board packet, there
We
are
got email.
Of
multiple,
the submitted information.
yeah, and people stood up and shared and asked that very publicly and openly to say, we need more understanding across people. Like, I had people who attended the morning meeting come up to me and say, hey, I didn't know these terms. This is new to me. I've never thought about these things being different or separate. Thank you for sharing.
These terms were
That is-
new to me. I didn't know these. I didn't wake up one morning knowing this. I had to learn it.
That's because it's just not
Well, no,
like.
well,
But go ahead, Ms.
we're all on we're on a journey. I mean, we just are, and we cannot get off the bus. We're on the bus. It's happening. We're trying our very best, our level best, to find a way forward. And I knew this when this first came out. I said, after we had our listening sessions, I said, it's going to get worse before it gets better. And I believe that. And pain is part of the process of learning. So we're all learning. I mean, I don't have all the answers. Sue doesn't have all the answers. We're in a conversation, and tonight we will not get all the answers. And we may never find a common ground, Abby, and maybe, I don't know what the future holds, but I'm committed. I'm not going anywhere. We could all be doing other things with our time. But we have to be doing this. It's required. And, I want you to help us. I want both you and Annie to help us.
I think we're trying to fix something that's not broken. That it was fine. It was fine before all of the,
Well,
And I'm
it wasn't fine for a lot of people.
Yeah, I just wanna say, like, I don't know how to, well, a couple things. One, I think that the legal thing is a thing, and I think we are legally responsible. That's not for me why this is important to me, because the laws the laws were made in response to discriminatory issues for lots of different people with lots of different issues. And this gender diverse one is just one. So I feel like it's very important like, I feel like when I read this, I read it really differently. I'm reading sort of, I was keying in and seeing all the places where it talks about we're trying to find solutions for all students. And I think that we have gender diverse students. If we don't use language that like recognizes them, then we are not, like, just like if we were to call somebody who identifies as a girl, not say she, her, or that girl, that would not be right. And
That has happened.
I know, and
this
gender
school.
and gender diverse students also get like use pronouns that don't fit them, and it's a large part because it's new and we're all trying to figure it out. And so even if I intend to use all the right ones, I sometimes mess up. But we should be working to honor each student with each of their identities and all the facets of it. And so that's how I want the plan to look, not whatever it ends up being. Whatever it ends up or starts out as saying, I want it to end up being something that has a clear path to respecting each student and where they come from in their holistic identity.
Anyway, this is a plan that definitely upset me in a few areas, but in trying to find a way to help Sue or the school or whatever make a plan for the future that's comfortable to everyone and all students of both sides, parents or community who's invested in it. Yes, I would love if we could find that. I don't feel after reading this that it's there, because I know what.
Well, okay, there's a couple of things. I have so many thoughts, and I just am like choosing to decide what I want to talk about. Because a lot of this is kind of just like rehashing what you said, just like we're just rehashing the same thing over the last 6 months. It's just driving me nuts. There's two things that are kind of being thrown out. One is like comfort for all. And I'm gonna say the quiet part out loud. I don't think there is a place where everybody's gonna be comfortable. The other thing that's being said is compromise or some sort of middle ground. So I want to know from you and from the people that you're representing what that middle ground is. Because I know what the comfort is. You don't want any of this in it at all. You don't want it talked about at school. They can exist but not be existing, I guess. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm a little heated and I shouldn't have said that. But it's just this real wishy-washy thing where it's just like, we want something that's comfortable for all. And I just think that's such a BS thing to say. And the other thing that's being said is like, we want something that we can all at least feel like we've arrived at together. So then I want to know what that is for you.
And I get the other part I didn't mention, and one is the language. I'm not saying you can't, that was the one I did discuss. I'm not saying don't use the language. You have to, in a sense of not being discriminative or disrespecting any other person who's identified different.
But you're saying don't use the language, right?
No, I'm not saying don't use language. I'm saying don't tell my kid when he goes to school here or other people that don't have the same beliefs as all of this. Don't tell them that they have to use this word for this person when that's not what we teach at home. So it's as much as you want to sit in here and say that you affirming all aspects of student identities, race, ethnicity, gender, sexuality, religion, faith, spirituality, family connections, culture, traditions, interests, and future goals. Well, what I teach at home is that there's a boy and there's a girl, and then I teach on that, and that's what we do at home, and then I send them to school to learn all about reading and writing and math is what school should be about. And then they come here and I tell them, I say, hey, listen to your teachers on this, but not on this. So then in turn, I'm a hypocrite because I'm sending them somewhere where they're learning all this stuff that's negating what's at home.
So what would make you comfortable is just making sure that whatever is being taught in the classroom aligns with what you teach at home?
No, I'm saying basically if there's a person that wants to be called they, them, he, she, him, her, whatever, then fine. And that's all good and fine, but my kid shouldn't have to, or anybody else's kid who doesn't believe in all of it, shouldn't have to succumb to that. And it shouldn't be pushed at all. There shouldn't be posters in the hallway about identities. And as much as we want to say identities can mean so many things, right now in this time, when you think of identity, you think of gender identity.
No.
That's
Identity makes up who we are. When I say identity, I think identity. In fact, the last thing I really think about is gender identity. It's just like, who am I? What's my name? Do I identify as a Black woman? Do I identify as whatever, a rural community member? Do I identify as a parent? Whatever it is. Identity is just who we are. Literally, your driver's license is called your identity. Like, it's just, that word has been used all the time. It just makes up who we are. And I think we're hyper focused on this. So now when you see the word, it's like triggering, but that's not at all what that poster was. It's just like, respect everybody's identities. Your people of faith, your culturally diverse people, our tribal members, our queer community, like whatever that is. Like that's I'm just pushing back on that because that's not what that means.
It's one aspect of an identity,
is.
but it's
Fair.
not the only one by any means that we talk about in school
Also-
or that we acknowledge in school.
Assuming that this sort of inclusion is somehow inviting assault is really harmful. And I just want to say that out loud. This is so reminiscent of people saying, I don't want my girl going to school with a Black man. Like, you can't say like these people existing is like my daughter's gonna get raped now. I'm just like, I'm really done listening to that kind of harmful language, especially because it's all just hypothetical.
It's not
fear-based
hypothetical, though.
language.
It does happen. There's cases
Yes,
out
but
there.
someone who's going to assault somebody is going to assault somebody because they're a criminal. It's not because they're this or that. That being like your gender identity does not define your criminality. Just like my race doesn't define my criminality or my size or my whatever. And I want to stop equating gender inclusion to criminality and assault. And I just want to name that out loud for everybody. And I'll stop. I don't want to argue about it. I just wanted to name it.
Well, and the other meet in the middle point that I took out of here that I heard at the meetings was the locker room, current, in the future, whatever, those locker room and or bathroom situations. And if I was to walk away with like feeling like we could try to meet in the middle somewhere, that language thing is hard of how I'm trying to describe it and it doesn't come out right and how it needs to be done. But the other thing is that locker room and bathroom situation. Does that mean we have to have a ton of single use gender diverse? Maybe that's what it means.
That's
because
public
it's not
school
beyond even the assault situation, which it doesn't need to be discussed. But I don't need my kid having to just be naked or change in front of someone that has different parts, or her having to see that. That's what I'm saying.
or
Like,
the same parts. Like I don't like changing
well,
in front
exactly.
of anybody.
But a lot of times, I mean, I did that.
It has nothing to do with the person being
That
there.
stalled in the locker room and changed your clothes, you know, even when I was in the girls' locker room. So there's just that comfortableness are not there just for the
Totally. And
students.
I think
So I think
that's where
the
the
part that
conversation
is
can live.
frustrating. Yeah.
Where I think I'm getting hung up is like there's a lot of conversation about the if, like if we're gonna do this, if, and it's like we are. It's the law. Whatever we don't do or don't want to hear, it's the law. Gender inclusion is here. We are doing it. Where I think we could have meaningful conversation is the how. How are we going to do this in a way that what you said protects us legally and financially and affirms all students, not just the gender diverse students, but all students. And communication is the thing that's coming up a lot. I love that. I love the idea of like when people are rooming together, like having more details about what's happening when my kid goes on an overnight trip. And making sure letters are going home, or if they already are. I know when my kid went through sex ed, we got a letter, and I'm assuming that's still happening. But like making sure that's in more places, and then I feel like Like, that's a really great space we can be in. Like, what kind of communications can we be better about? And having the plan or whatever that is, that the piece about it not existing yet is exactly why the next step is to create it. So instead of saying, well, this isn't happening, it's like, we know. So let's create it. But we can use what is and has happened historically here and is happening here right now with our gender diverse students to help inform what that plan is going to be. And then make sure that we get input and everything from the people and the lawyers and the Department of Education and whoever else we need to consult. Not my job, your job. Yeah, I'm sorry. I rambled a bit there, and I'm gonna just stop.
Just to acknowledge the bathrooms piece, like there are, what's the word I want? Designs? I don't know if that's the right word, but there are designs now to start to figure out what bathrooms can and should look like that really are, I don't have the language for it, but like single use, multi-gender, and it's not like, I'm gonna point properly again, where's the gym? The bathroom over there, right, is a single use bathroom that is gender neutral because anybody can walk in and use it and be by themselves. But how do you take a bathroom like this one and redesign it so that it can be used by anyone in a comfortable way? And those models exist. That would cost us money, but
Worth it.
if that's what is a step forward for a middle ground, I don't know the right word there, but then that's a step that we can pursue forward and figure out how to design that space. Locker rooms, I think redesigned and new locker rooms in new builds do a lot more changing stations inside of the design. So that, and this isn't just for gender diversity, but I think somebody made the point recently, like a lot of us are comfortable changing in community, right? Like I don't necessarily want to see your body or you to see mine. And so and especially, and I'm speaking as an adult, middle school kids, or like, especially at the age where some hit puberty way before others, and there's all the like thinking about bodies and all the things, like a lot of them love privacy, right? Like that has nothing to do with gender. That has everything to do with development, right? And so looking at redesigns of bathroom and locker room spaces, I think could certainly be a part of the district action plan, right? What, as a district, how are we modifying our spaces to make everybody more comfortable? I think could be certainly, and I mean, that's essentially, it's in this plan, but I think I could add a B on here really explicitly to say physical spaces design that addresses safety and comfort.
I had a conversation with a principal at a rural school who has been dealing with some of the same issues, and she requires her staff to use, well, the way she said it is kind and respectful. But when it comes to pronouns, if she has a staff person who has difficulty with the pronouns, she says, okay, just call this person by what they want to be called, like their nickname. If this is a non-binary kid and they don't want to be called, let's say, Susie, but they change their name to, I don't know, Max, you must call them Max. You don't have to say he, she, if that's uncomfortable for you, but you find a way to make that kid feel seen. And she said it's really helped because she has staff members who are very uncomfortable with this new world. But they're not mean people, they're loving people. They want to be in education, they want to be involved. And this is one way. So, you know, instead of saying thou shalt use the pronoun that this kid wants, if that's too hard for you,
That's exactly what we do at our school.
That's
Refer to them as their name they've chosen to be called.
I just want to
No,
share, that's literally what we do here. And if the correct pronoun is, hard to use, right? If somebody's misgendering a student regularly, whether that's a kid or an adult, then that's the conversation I have is use their name. And in some cases, you knew that student by a different name and you knew them since they were pint size, right? That can be a hard transition to use a different name, but that's their name. And so if we're not, how do I say it? If a student or faculty member is also saying, no, I'm not going to honor their name, now we're getting to a point of discriminatory and or at the very least non-affirming action that's beyond, right? That's a refusal to have a middle ground. And in most cases, right, there hasn't been. It's like, okay, I'll use that name. Other things I think I've shared before is instead of saying he did this, I can say, oh, that person did this, right? And there are people that use that type of identifier versus gender pronouns. So there is certainly a middle ground for that. And when we're redirecting, right, and if it's like, oh, he did this, he did this, he did this, and this person uses they or she, we'll redirect and say they, and have that conversation, but it could be their name is this, right? There's that conversation to support that gently, and I try to put that word gently redirect in here, in a supportive way for the student, that also makes space for being, bringing your a student's own values or an adult's own values into that connection.
I guess, in like the meeting we had before when we were discussing this board meeting and this section here where, we're talking about your proposed plan and or if we're, because it is an action item. I was assuming if we're trying to vote for this is what you're wanting to go with. If we're designing and discussing a better, more middle ground plan, then that's different. But it didn't read like that to me in all the pages before, and then coming to the plan, it doesn't read like that to me. So I wouldn't feel comfortable with that. If we're discussing and maybe trying to adapt or make this more of in certain components, feeling like everyone's heard and all are respected and it met in the middle more, then fine, we can discuss it more. But it just didn't read to me that way. So I was like, I don't feel like this is a finished product that can be in any way voted on.
And well, in terms of a vote, like that's y'all's thing. It's not me. Not to discount that part, but there's no way that what's today, May 15th, and we had listening sessions on April 24th. Like, there's no way that me single-handedly is going to come in and say, here's the product going forward. Like, this is a process plan, not a product plan, right? And a process towards these products that say this is how we're creating a more safe, welcoming, and affirming space for all students. Like that's the work, right? I'm never going to define that on a piece of paper. And even when these things exist, they have to be implemented in reality. But like our job as a board, like all of our work is on paper and taking all this input and doing all that and wrapping it up on paper. I don't know what it could have or should have looked like, in all honesty. Yeah, well, I slept in about very 3 weeks trying to figure that out.
We put it down below. Like, this was not in any way should have been.
But in the action,
I'm gonna take the hit on that. I wanted to get this off the agenda. I want to move on and do other things at this school. I don't want to just talk about this, as important as it is, but that was really very naive of me. And so, you know, I had asked Sue to put something together. Let's make it an action item. We'll vote on it and then we'll move on down the road. That's just like not going to happen. And so I can see that now. It's a work in progress. We do not have to vote on anything tonight. I mean, what was a major conversation starter or continuer. And thank you for doing it because it helped. I mean, it hit some nerves. And I can see, when we were reading it, I had my own thoughts of, I wonder how this is landing with some folks who don't think that this is a great idea. But as I said, we're going to dig deep and it won't get fixed this next month or the month after, but we're committed to, you know, finding a way forward. And I mean, I feel like something happened, Andrea, where you saw some way forward. I'm not so sure I'm seeing that with you, Abby, but I really hope that somewhere you can find something that makes you think, yep, we can do this, and we will do this. And as Mary said, it's not if, it's how. Because yes, we will follow the law that says we must honor these kids, all kids. All.
So also, there was nothing in here about, the whole thing that sparked all this was because a comment was made in third grade about a paper being given out, and so there was nothing in here that, you know, alluded to the fact that there was gonna be any, you know, anything done about lower grade levels too.
I mean, don't we do everything age appropriate?
Yeah.
Well,
I think
that's who's to age appropriate, like you,
That's
our idea of age appropriate could be really different than like our, like.
And there, I mean, that's the intention of the last question, I mean, actually, I think there's other spaces where maybe the intention was there, but there are grade level standards, that are articulated, like that's our job to, and they help define what age appropriate is, and those are there, and
Those are where?
please, this link, yeah, that link there, I think I've shared this with you before through email, but, that helps define what age appropriate is, and, the other, there's, I debated sharing this example, and I don't know if it fits here or not, but, I was reminded like a week ago, and it hasn't come up in any listening session, any conversation. I was literally sitting at a light, waiting to turn left, and was like thinking about Lane Arts Council resident artist in May, like it's coming right now, and started thinking about the person last year, and was like, wait, they were gender diverse. How did we navigate that? And so I looked up, we sent out a flyer home that introduced the residency program, had the dates on it, introduced the artist, had their pronouns, they, them, shared what the focus of the residency was. That went home to all families, and that artist worked with kinder through 12th grade, maybe minus 1 grade in there. And they were introduced using their proper pronouns. They were referred to by their personal pronouns the entire time. And that was with kinder through 12th grade. And it never became a thing. And I think part of that is we communicated it home. And part of it was age appropriate in the way, right, in the introductions and in the connections with kids. Was there a whole lesson on gender diversity and those types of things? No, it was this is, I don't even remember their name, I think it was Alex. This is Alex, and when we refer to them, they use they, them pronouns, like I use she, and you use blank, period, moving forward, right? Like, and that was that. So,
Yeah, I think that's where maybe a lot of people are irked in the sense that little things like that are just gonna normalize it. And I know that's what a lot of people want, fine, but that's not what a lot of other people want for their family. So the little things like that are constantly normalizing, where it's like, it's a
and
it's
what
a
I would say,
crapshoot for families, like a lot of families that we heard from, and personally my family, it's like, that's just a slippery slope.
Well, I mean, this is another place where to me, like, I don't think there's any age that's too young to have people use respectful language to other people. And I think that's respectful language to honor people's, to me, it would be age inappropriate at any age to make an environment where you're trying to keep people from using respectful language.
I mean, I think that what I just said is an opinion, and so is that, I think, and so it's like, who are we to say what's a right opinion? And who is the school to say what's a right opinion to teach the kids, and who's the state to say, and who's I don't know.
and in public education, like, these things are laid out. I don't know, like, who is to say that? Somebody has to say it, because we have a public school that we're gonna operate in. And
I mean, it's just to me, it's just unfair, and I don't care about whatever. I've done what I've had to do for my family, and the school has completely crossed my personal boundary. But I mean, we're respecting everybody else's things except for the families that don't want this taught. And so I don't know how you, but it's not, I mean, something's gotta happen.
the one word there is taught, and
It is taught. How is it not?
Well, so I'm gonna say, like, me acknowledging, right? If I introduce anybody in this room and say, "What are your preferred pronouns?" Sa'a. And Jesse, as an Indigenous person, I'm gonna recognize as Sa'a and introduce Sa'a to you.
And that's fine. And I'm an adult, but like, as doing that to a,
And I'm gonna introduce Jesse as Sa'a to any student.
Person.
And if that's like, I'm gonna use Sa'a, and I'm gonna if a young kid says Sa'a, well, it's that.
but that opens the Pandora's box. It opens a whole
Or if it's
realm.
English, I'll use he.
And I'll say, "This is Jesse. He."
But that's the thing. It's like, okay, my kid goes to that class where this person is teaching art. And then it's like, oh, my kid comes home, like, we had one art teacher, but they want to be called they. Why is it multiples? What? Like, that's a whole grammatical, like, thing that now I'm having to teach. And then opening up this giant slide of, like, I don't know.
And we have curriculum to teach that to students. And
Curriculum to teach what?
So gender identity is a portion of health standards, right? And that is a component at a grade level to say these are these things. If you don't want us to teach that, then it is on you to teach it.
Just sucks that it's introduced here to teach it.
And guess what? If it's not here, it's gonna be when your kids go into other spaces, when that happens.
But then the thing is, it's like in elementary school, they're so easily swayed and this, that, or the other. At least if in middle school, high school, they've had a foundation to. So in elementary school, I think it's like, keep it to he, her, and then give parents a chance. And then in middle school, high school, if you guys want to implement that, fine. But at least, and that's my take on a middle ground is elementary school off limits. Once you get into, middle school, give the kids a chance to kind of whatever, and give the parents a chance to spit all this at them, and then do what you want to do. But elementary school is just
And what I can share is the second that a school district says, actually, we're not gonna recognize or talk about or affirm an identity in this school, right?
Well,
Somebody's
whatever, I
identity.
guess whatever, I guess if a kid wants to be called whatever they want, then that's privately talked about with the teacher and the parents and the kid, and then, I guess I don't know, it's just like, okay, I guess that has to be at the expense of my kid.
It's not happy, but if we went your route, it would be at the expense of other parents.
So, but
kids.
why
you
are we so unimportant?
Well, it's not that you're not.
That's
it's
what
not
you're
that
saying.
you-
My expense is less important than their expense.
That's what, that's exactly.
Their harm is bigger. Okay, I'd love to see that. I see statistics all the time. I can find statistics opposite of that. I can find statistics saying that all of this being taught in schools is causing the suicidal rates or, statistics to shoot up because we've constantly talked about it. It's constantly been put in. So it's like, I could care less about anybody's statistics or this type of person dies this amount of time, whatever. It's like,
I'm hearing just like through this conversation, the really difference between like I'm hearing you say pushing this and teaching this, and I'm hearing like in my own mind how we're talking about just recognizing people's like respecting people's identities there. We're not pushing not like it would be a problem and in my mind in any way to say, oh, you should be this gender. You should be that gender. So I don't know, I just feel like there's a problem, there's a dissonance in like, saying we're talking about where you're saying pushing it. And I think that you're thinking like using that language is pushing it. I don't think using that language is pushing it, is pushing people to be a different gender or teaching about it's sort of influence, pushing it. I think we're just respecting people's, so I don't know how to like.
I would agree with that in the upper grade levels, but in the elementary school, no.
Yeah,
I think that is pushing it. It's putting an idea in their minds. And they can make that decision when they're older and
It's not ideas though. It's not putting ideas in somebody's mind. It's
bringing them out.
It's teaching your child to be kind and respectful. That's all it is. It's not saying, hey, you should be wearing a dress. You're a little boy. I think you should wear a dress. We're saying that you are sitting next to a kid who identifies this way, and they ask to be identified this way. So out of kindness and respect, you just call them that. And if your child can't do that, and if it's a big deal, like if your kid came home to you and said, oh, I had this art teacher, and they were called they. I mean, what I would have said was, oh, and I would just keep making dinner, whatever. I don't think it would be a big thing. I think it's a huge thing to you, and you're gonna have to make peace with however you make peace with it.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what this paper's saying. To me, it's like, okay, we did all this listening session, but make peace with it. That's what that's saying.
I'm not saying you make peace with that paper.
But that's what the paper is saying, is make peace with all of this. Like, just, exit your morals and just go along with this. And that's...
So what would it say that didn't do that? That's where I'm still struggling with, like, what I'm hearing.
Where I'm seeing, like a community education plan, community learning opportunities. Of course, I'll have to go to that. But it's a class on what? How to affirm these kids? Is that what it is? It's a class on how we can affirm them and how to make them more comfortable. It just goes against everything that a lot of these people that came to this listening session have said.
So, but what I'm hearing in that is we will not affirm gender diverse students. I'm not asking the community to do that. If it's, I don't walk
But the
into
community sends the kids here, and then my kid comes here and then doesn't abide by these pronouns, and it's like, oh God, now.
But we've identified ways to not use the pronouns. Like, I feel like a middle ground has been offered.
Mm-hmm.
If your child says, Max, is that what we were doing earlier? Max did this, Max did that, Max did this, Max did that. Never has to use he, she, they, any of those things. How is that not allowing for
Because
affirmation
so
of a
yesterday
student's
Max was
identity?
Susie, and then now today my kid has to call Max.
Right.
What?
So I just,
My 6-year-old?
I'm gonna
Wow.
I'm gonna say something, and I'm gonna be really direct.
Go ahead. I
But
don't
at
care.
this point, you're asking for a middle ground, but requiring a solution that doesn't allow for non-binary or gender diverse trans students
In elementary school.
to exist. But guess what?
They're
They
there.
exist. They exist, it's real, and you as a person don't have to acknowledge that. But the reality is, us as a school district, we serve every single student,
Well,
and there are gender diverse students at elementary level.
Yep.
It is real, they are in this community, it's not make-believe, it's not fake, and if you don't think it's truth, that's for you, but as a
but it's not
board,
for the school to teach my kid.
it's for the school to acknowledge and affirm that student.
Okay, then you guys go ahead and do that, but don't make other people do that. And whatever, if they want to call him
And you
Max or Susie,
chose-
or he or she, or they or them, or whatever.
And if the answer is actually don't talk to the student at all, and that's what the solution and support plan needs to be, then that's where we'll go. If that's what allows for that. You as a parent and any parent that showed up to this has the right to say, actually, that's too much to ask for me and my values and beliefs. I don't want my kid to participate. I don't want that for me. I'm sorry that you don't feel like this is a space for your kid to learn and do that. That is your right. But it's our responsibility, different than rights, to meet every single student and affirm their identity. And we can go in this for, we're gonna go for hours.
I will. Till I'm blue in the face. Yes, I will.
And guess what? I am sick to death of the conversation. I haven't slept in 3 weeks trying to figure out how to move this forward while closing a school year, designing summer school, planning for next year. We have work to do in this district and we need a path forward. I am totally open to bringing architects in to design safer bathrooms and locker rooms. I'm totally open to conversations about permission slips and conversation, all the things. What I don't have time for, and I'm speaking personally at this point, is to have a conversation that says, my values don't allow for that student to exist with my kid and to be acknowledged. And at this point, we have heard that opinion. We have acknowledged that. I don't know how to move forward in a way. What's being asked for is a discriminatory environment, and we will be sued and we will have financial repercussions because of it. That is what you're asking for. I don't know how to make it more clear.
I don't think you're.
That's not just legal, it's ethical.
Yeah.
That's it's ethical.
Yeah, I mean, we would be, but I also just not honoring it. And so.
And I want to add, and I mean no disrespect, like, I just have to be
Technically,
direct.
if you have to say that before your thing,
Okay,
you're.
then maybe I do.
Okay.
Okay, so,
Just
but I
be- just-
also would not walk into a church and say, I expect this, and this is the way we can do it, and I want to be part of this congregation, and I need you to make space for my values, and even though you don't agree with this, I need this space, right? That is the space for those values and beliefs, and we have spaces in our community where that can be shared both in the home and in the church and anywhere else. The fact of the matter is it can't and won't be in a public school.
I'm
And it
not
won't
saying
be
for that to be in a public school. Where did that ever come in? What do you?
You are asking that they, them, and gender diversity
In elementary
identities are not affirmed or even acknowledged in an elementary school. It is discriminatory, and I promise it is not allowed.
Okay.
And it's true in every public elementary school, not only in the state, in the nation.
Okay.
Oh, God. We have this first reading of all these policies. Yes. I think we have to I think we just have to cut it here. And everything's been said. We all know where we stand, and we're not done. So, but it is 9 o'clock. We've been here since 5.
And I did share with.
I know.
You have to stay another hour.
Can people say something?
You know what? I'm gonna say yes. Let's
Real quick, can I, just in terms of the rest of the agenda, for action items, we talked about, but I want to share with everybody. These were intended to be a first read. We'll do first read in June and then, approval or whatever, second, I don't know what that's called, action item vote in August, and there's nothing wrong with that. And then I think, Michelle, that would move us to number 11.
Yeah, fine. You got something to say? Yes.
I just want to say that, like, we're a super small community, and those of us that have kids that go to this school, like, we know the kids we're talking about, and I think that, you know, we all care about these kids, and I just want to say it out loud. I think they're good kids. Because this is being recorded and put out there, and I don't want them to feel like, you know, we're all waiting on them. So I think that, you know, we all, as a community, we all care about the kids that go to this school, all of them.
Yeah.
Can I extend that for a second to like almost every one of you have students in our school that also we're talking about and get used as examples, and that extends, like, y'all have great kids too, and sometimes these conversations, I think, connect to them when we bring them in, and they're all great kids. So,
Anybody have something for the good of the order out there?
Well, I'm looking at that. I am not afraid of storms, or I am learning how to sail my ship. It's, you know, that's what we're doing. Anyhow.
Yeah.
And I want to thank the board for their candor and hard work all the way around.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say that, so I have a non-binary sibling, which is the word used for a niece or a nephew if they're, and they're 25 and they're an amazing human being. And I'm grateful the school is making this a safer place. Like, this is a shift and it's hard. And when I was first learning using they, them, I was like, wait, what? Wait. And I would get it wrong, and I would feel like I was a bad person because I was saying the wrong word. And they were like, it's okay, you're trying. And that's all they need. And to just see someone for who they are at that level is like, it's such a gift. And that's all everybody wants, is to be seen. So that's love. That's what we do for our kids.
Yeah. Thanks.
It's not a lot to ask. And yes to bathroom stalls, because I never wanted to change. It seems like a great idea. Why did that not exist 40 years ago?
As a builder, curtains would be cheaper.
True, yeah.
We had one huge shower room.
Yeah.
Yes. So when it's so, and it would have been nice to have a shower around me.
Yeah.
I would have appreciated it. Yeah.
Me too.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay, well, I think we have come to, I can't imagine that any of these board members have a comment. Do we have to give? Do you have some comments?
I only was wondering, I think we confirmed, like, we did mention the survey thing that didn't happen, and that's
I
happening.
didn't give that to you. Sorry.
Yeah, that was the only thing I wrote down that.
For professional development. Yeah. Or is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, I guess so, but like the extension of that, like not just the professional development time, like the rest of the survey of how we, like, was we had talked about students and or like the other staff, because a lot of times the professional development doesn't always include the classified.
So, professional, so the Wednesday late start PD definitely includes classified, and in all honesty, they've had the most specific support all year long. So I just want to share that piece.
Oh, I didn't know if it was a Friday one.
And yeah, so Fridays do not include classified staff, but the Wednesday mornings do. Yeah. The goal was to turn around surveys to be able to offer at student-led conferences. But I think it's like a 2-day turnaround, and it like didn't happen. This Friday with our certified staff, we are like an hour of the an hour and a half of the 3-hour block with everybody is on PD planning and input. And then related to that, we'll send out surveys to students and families about impacts. We talked about impacts of that, those kind of things. So one piece of that is starting, or there is happening on Friday, and then we'll follow up with the rest again. Update. I feel like maybe by any other questions or?
I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Fine, we'll adjourn.
I'll go. Have a beer.
This is a solid 10. Thank you.
I like,
I do like it.
I do like
I like them because they're ballpoint instead of the gels. I don't like the gels.
I love the gel, and I like that this one's a little bit of a gel imposter.
Because I mean, it flows nicely, but I don't like gel because they don't dry.
Yeah, my skin. I like the